Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that day at my daughter's house in Pine Ridge. Our little community is nothing special, just a few dozen homes scattered among the pines where everyone knows everyone else's business, and the closest grocery store is a 40-minute drive. My daughter Melissa moved there with her husband Tom about 8 years ago, wanting to raise their kids away from the city. I babysit my grandsons Adam and Josh pretty regularly. That particular Wednesday started like any other. I arrived around 7:30 a.m. so Melissa and Tom could get to work. Adam, who's 6, is one of those kids who seems like he was born with an old soul. Josh is only 3 and still learning to put sentences together properly, but Adam, that boy could hold a conversation like a miniature adult since he was barely 4. I was finishing up breakfast dishes while the boys played in the living room. Adam was building something with his Legos, while Josh zoomed toy cars across the floor. It was so normal, so ordinary. Nothing about that morning suggested I was about to hear something that would make me question everything I thought I understood about life and death. "Grandma," Adam called from the living room. I remember his voice had this weird tone to it, not scared but serious in a way kids his age rarely are. "Yes, sweetheart," I replied, drying my hands on a dish towel. "I have a friend. We live in a different world, and she had a really big source." I walked into the living room, thinking he was talking about some game or TV show character. Adam was sitting cross-legged on the floor, not looking up from his Legos, like what he'd just said was the most normal thing in the world. "A friend? What do you mean, sweetie?" I asked, sitting down on the couch. "My friend," he repeated, clicking 2 Lego pieces together with careful precision. "We live in a different world, and she had a really big source." Something about how he said it, so matter-of-fact, sent a chill up my spine. I tried to keep my voice casual. "Does your friend have a name?" "Rainbow," Adam replied, still focused on his building project. "She had a really big source." I had no idea what source meant, but something about this conversation was starting to make me deeply uncomfortable. Adam had always had a vivid imagination, but this felt different somehow. "Is Rainbow imaginary?" I asked carefully. Adam looked up at me for the first time, his expression surprisingly stern. "No, Grandma, she's real. She's just not here anymore." I texted Melissa right away. "Adam is talking about a friend named Rainbow from another world with a big source. Does this mean anything to you?" She didn't respond, which wasn't surprising. She works as a nurse at the hospital in the next town over and can't always check her phone. But I couldn't shake this weird feeling that kept growing in my stomach. The rest of the morning was perfectly normal. We went outside for a while, ate lunch, and Josh took his afternoon nap while Adam and I did some reading. He didn't mention Rainbow again, and I didn't bring it up. Part of me hoped it was just some random thing that would be forgotten by dinner. Around 4 p.m., I started running the boys' bath. Adam always helps by gathering the bath toys, and Josh likes to help by dropping random household items into the tub that don't belong there. I was testing the water temperature when Adam appeared in the doorway, toy basket in hand. "Can Rainbow come take a bath with us?" he asked. The question caught me off guard. I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole earlier conversation. "I thought Rainbow wasn't here anymore," I said, trying to sound casual. "She's not. But sometimes she visits," he replied, dumping plastic boats and rubber ducks into the water. I helped the boys get undressed and into the tub. Josh immediately started splashing and giggling, but Adam seemed thoughtful, quieter than usual. I decided to try again, hoping to understand what was going on in that little head of his. "Adam, can you tell me more about Rainbow?" He looked up at me with those serious eyes that sometimes make him look so much older than 6. "Well, first Rainbow was in Mommy's belly. Then I was in Mommy's belly, and then Josh was in Mommy's belly. My blood ran cold. I physically felt the color drain from my face. I had to sit down on the closed toilet lid because my legs suddenly felt too weak to hold me. Melissa had a miscarriage before Adam was born. She lost the baby at 14 weeks. She and Tom were devastated. They waited a year before trying again, and then Adam came along, their rainbow baby, as they called him. A rainbow baby is what people call a baby born after a miscarriage or stillbirth, the rainbow after the storm. But Melissa and Tom had never told Adam about the miscarriage. They'd agreed he was too young to understand, and they didn't want to confuse or upset him. I know this for a fact, because we'd discussed it just a few months earlier when Josh asked where babies come from. Melissa said she wasn't ready to get into the complexities of pregnancies that don't result in babies. There was absolutely no way Adam should have known about this. He'd never been in daycare. Melissa and Tom had arranged their work schedules, so one of them was always home with the boys until Adam started kindergarten last year. The few friends he had were from his class, all the same age. None of the adults in his life would have mentioned something so personal to a child. "Adam," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "how do you know about Rainbow being in Mommy's belly?" He looked at me like I was asking the most obvious question in the world. "Because she told me. She's my friend." "When did she tell you?" He shrugged, splashing a little water on a rubber duck. "Before, when I was waiting to go to Mommy." I felt like all the air had been sucked out of the bathroom. "Waiting to go to Mommy? What do you mean?" "Before I was in Mommy's belly, Rainbow and me were waiting together, but then she had to go use her sauce." "What's a sauce, Adam? You keep saying that word." He frowned, clearly frustrated at having to explain something he thought was simple. "It's like light. Rainbow had a really big sauce. She used it up and had to go. Then it was my turn to go to Mommy. I don't consider myself particularly religious or spiritual. I go to church on Christmas and Easter, and I say my prayers at night more out of habit than conviction. But sitting there, listening to my 6-year-old grandson describe what sounded like some kind of pre-birth waiting room where he'd met the soul of his mother's miscarried baby, I felt something shift in my understanding of the world. "Is Rainbow here now?" I asked quietly. Adam shook his head, splashing with Josh, who was completely oblivious to our conversation. "No, she comes sometimes, but not very much anymore. She says I don't need her now because I have Josh and Mommy and Daddy and you." I helped the boys finish their bath, dried them off, and got them into pajamas. All the while my mind was racing. Adam has always been a smart kid with an uncanny memory. He remembers things from when he was tiny that surprise even Melissa. He once perfectly recalled the details of a birthday party we'd thrown for him when he turned 1. The cake, the presents, even who had attended. Melissa had been stunned because most people don't have memories from that young age. But this was different. This wasn't just a good memory. This was knowledge he couldn't possibly have. I managed to keep it together until Melissa got home around 6:30. Tom was working late, so it was just us. As soon as the boys were distracted with their dinner, I pulled her into the kitchen. "Did you get my text?" I asked. She shook her head. "Sorry, crazy day at work. What's up?" I told her everything Adam had said, watching her face carefully. She went pale, then sat down heavily at the kitchen table. "That's not possible," she whispered. "We never told him. We haven't even discussed it in years." "I know," I said, sitting beside her. "But he knew Melissa. He knew the exact order. Rainbow, then him, then Josh." Melissa started crying silently. What did he mean by source? I don't know. He said it was like light, and that Rainbow had used hers up and had to go. We sat in silence for a moment, the sounds of the boys' chatter from the dining room the only noise. Should we ask him more about it? Melissa finally asked. I shook my head. I don't think so, at least not tonight. He seems fine, it's not troubling him. It's just knowledge he has. After dinner, while Melissa was giving Josh his bedtime story, I went to say goodnight to Adam. He was already in bed, his room illuminated by his dinosaur night light. I sat on the edge of his bed. Adam, can I ask you one more thing about Rainbow? He nodded sleepily. Does she make you scared or sad when she visits? He shook his head. No, Grandma, Rainbow loves me. She picked me special for Mommy and Daddy. I kissed his forehead and turned to leave, but his little voice stopped me. Grandma, Rainbow says you don't need to worry. She says everybody has a source, and when you use it all up here, you go someplace else to get more. I barely made it out of his room before the tears started. I told Melissa what he'd said, and we just held each other in the hallway, not knowing what to think or feel. That was 3 months ago. Adam hasn't mentioned Rainbow since. When Melissa gently asked him about his friend a few weeks later, he looked confused, like he didn't know what she was talking about. Maybe he's forgotten. Maybe Rainbow doesn't visit anymore, but I haven't forgotten. I can't stop thinking about it. How did he know about the baby that came before him? What was this source he kept talking about? And most importantly, what does it mean that a child who wasn't yet born somehow connected with the spirit of a sibling he never met? I don't have answers, but I know what I heard. I know the look in Adam's eyes when he talked about Rainbow. Not imagination or make-believe, but the simple clarity of stating facts. He wasn't creating a story. He was remembering. I'm 62 years old, and I thought I understood how the world worked. Now I'm not so sure. All I know is that there was no logical explanation for Adam's knowledge that day. No way he could have known about the baby Melissa lost, about being a rainbow baby himself. Sometimes when I'm alone, I find myself looking up at the actual rainbows after it rains and wondering if they're more than just light and water. If maybe somehow they're a sign that the connections between souls go deeper and further than we can possibly understand in this life. I don't know if I'll ever understand what happened that day, but I'll never forget it. And whenever Adam mentions a source or rainbow again, I'll be listening very carefully. Story 2. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. For a long time I couldn't bring myself to talk about it at all, not even with my sister, who was there that night. I'm still not sure what made me decide to finally write it down. Maybe it's because I turned 30 last month and realized I've been carrying this memory around for more than half my life. Maybe it's because I can't sleep well anymore, and writing this might help. Or maybe it's because I need to know if anyone else has experienced something similar. This happened in Millfield when I was 12 years old. It's one of those towns where everyone knows everyone, where the most exciting thing is usually the high school football game on Friday nights. Our house was on Cedar Lane, a quiet street with big oak trees and houses set far apart. We'd lived there since I was born. I shared a bedroom with my older sister, Emma. She was 14 then, and we had one of those bunk beds with her on top and me on the bottom. Our room was at the end of the hallway upstairs, with our parents' bedroom at the opposite end. Between us was the bathroom and our brother's room, but he was away at college that year. It was late October. I remember that clearly because Halloween decorations were up in our classroom. It was a Tuesday night, nothing special about it. We'd gone to school, done homework, had dinner, and gone to bed like any other night. The windows were cracked open because it was that perfect fall weather, cool enough to need a blanket but not cold enough to close everything up. I'd fallen asleep easily that night, which wasn't always the case. I was the kind of kid who heard every little noise and imagined the worst. But that night I crashed hard after finishing a book report. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I woke up. Our digital alarm clock was on Emma's side of the room, and I couldn't see it from my bunk. But it was that deep, silent part of night, probably somewhere between 2 and 4 a.m. You know that stillness when it feels like the whole world is asleep. It was that kind of quiet. What woke me wasn't a sound exactly. It was more like a change in the air. Like when you can sense someone's entered a room even before you see them. My eyes opened, and I was instantly alert in that way that doesn't usually happen when you first wake up. Our bedroom door was opening, slowly, not creaking. Our dad was meticulous about oiling the hinges in the house, but moving deliberately. I remember thinking it might be Mom checking on us, which she sometimes did when she couldn't sleep, but it wasn't Mom. When the door opened fully, I saw it. A figure, tall, taller than my dad, who was 6 feet. The hallway nightlight was on behind it, so I could see its outline clearly, but nothing else. It was just dark, not like a person wearing dark clothes, more like a piece of night that had taken human form. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream, I just lay there, barely breathing, watching. The figure stood in the doorway for what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds. Then it stepped into our room. It moved smoothly, not floating exactly, but with a strange kind of grace. And it was solid. That's what freaked me out the most. This wasn't some see-through ghost. It was as solid as you or me, but completely black. No face, no features at all, just a silhouette of a man. I could tell it was masculine from its shape. Broad shoulders, narrow hips, tall. It wasn't wearing clothes that I could distinguish, but it wasn't naked either. It was just a shadow, a three-dimensional shadow that moved on its own. The worst part was that I knew, somehow, that it wasn't my imagination. I knew I was awake. I could feel the slight chill from the window on my face. I could hear the faint ticking of the wall clock in the hallway. I was completely conscious. It walked, or moved, I guess, across our room toward the far wall where Emma's guitar was propped up. She'd been learning to play for about 6 months, and she usually left it standing against the wall next to her desk. The shadow man reached down and picked it up. I remember thinking, how can it touch things if it's not real? But it did. It held the guitar like it knew what it was doing, positioned its hands, or where hands would be, and strummed once, just once. The sound was soft but unmistakable in the silence of the night, a gentle chord that hung in the air. Then it carefully set the guitar back down, almost exactly where it had been. Not quite, though. It was a few inches to the left of where Emma always put it. As it turned to leave, it bumped against Emma's desk. Not hard, but enough to knock over her pencil cup. The pens and pencils spilled across the surface with a light clatter. The shadow paused, looking down at the mess, though how it could look at anything without eyes, I don't know. But it didn't try to fix it. It just continued toward the door. I was still frozen, still holding my breath. But as it reached the doorway, something made me glance up at the top bunk. I couldn't see Emma, but I felt movement. She was awake too. The figure stepped out into the hallway and pulled our door closed behind it. The soft click of the latch broke whatever spell had been holding me still. From above me, Emma's voice came down, shaky and small. "Did you see that?" Those 3 words sent a jolt through me. She had seen it too. It wasn't just me. We both scrambled out of bed at the same time. Emma nearly fell down the ladder in her rush. I reached the light switch first and flipped it on, blinking in the sudden brightness. We stood there looking at each other, both of us pale and wide-eyed. Emma was trembling visibly. I probably was too. "What was that?" I whispered, not wanting to speak too loudly in case it might hear us. Emma shook her head. I don't know." We looked around the room. The guitar was exactly where the shadow had left it, not in its usual spot. The pencils and pens were scattered across Emma's desk, some having rolled onto the floor. And then we saw something else. On the floor between the desk and where the figure had stood was a small puddle of water. Not much, maybe the size of my palm, but definitely water. It hadn't been there when we went to bed. Neither of us had brought drinks into the room. Emma touched it with her fingertip. "It's cold," she said. We stood there staring at that little puddle like it might give us answers. It didn't, of course. It was just water. But it was proof. Proof that something had been there. Something real enough to leave traces behind. "Should we wake up Mom and Dad?" I asked. Emma hesitated, then shook her head. "What would we tell them? That we saw a shadow move our stuff? They'll think we had the same nightmare or something." She was probably right. Our parents were practical people. Dad was an accountant. Mum taught high school chemistry. They didn't believe in anything supernatural. Once, when I was 8 and convinced there was a monster in my closet, Dad had made me stand there while he methodically went through every item inside, explaining what each shadow was in rational terms. Let's just go back to bed," Emma said, but neither of us moved. "Can I sleep in your bunk tonight?" I asked. I couldn't bear the thought of being alone in my bed, closer to the floor where that thing had walked. Emma nodded immediately, looking relieved that I'd asked. We climbed up to her bunk, taking both our blankets, and huddled together like we used to do during thunderstorms when we were little. We left the light on. Neither of us slept. We just lay there, listening to every creak and groan of the house, flinching at shadows cast by tree branches outside our window. When morning finally came, the water on the floor had dried, leaving no trace. The guitar and scattered pens were the only evidence that something had happened. If Emma hadn't seen it too, I might have convinced myself it was just a vivid dream. But she had seen it. She'd witnessed the exact same thing. Here's the strange part. After that night, we never talked about it again. Not the next day, not the next week, not ever. It was like we made an unspoken agreement to pretend it never happened. We straightened up the room, put everything back where it belonged, and went about our lives. Maybe it was a coping mechanism. Maybe we thought if we didn't speak about it, we could forget it. But I never forgot, not a single detail. I wonder now if that silence was the beginning of the distance between us. We'd been close before that night, not always getting along, but close in the way sisters are. After that, something changed. We started spending less time together, finding reasons to be in different places. By the time Emma left for college 4 years later, we were practically strangers living in the same house. Now 15 years later, we barely speak. She lives in Seattle with her husband and kids. I'm still on the East Coast. We exchange obligatory birthday and Christmas texts, but that's about it. We haven't been in the same room for more than a few hours since our dad's funeral 3 years ago. I sometimes wonder if she remembers that night as clearly as I do. If she lies awake sometimes, thinking about the shadow man who came into our room, played a chord on her guitar, and disappeared, leaving nothing but a puddle of water and a memory that refuses to fade. The thing that haunts me most isn't the fear I felt. It's the fact that the shadow man never acknowledged us. It never turned toward our beds, never seemed to notice we were there. It came into our room for a specific purpose, to play that one chord on the guitar, and then it left. Like we were the ghosts, not it. I've researched shadow people over the years. There are thousands of accounts online, but none quite like ours. Most shadow figures people report are menacing, watching from corners or standing over beds. Ours wasn't threatening. It was just there, doing its own thing, briefly occupying the same space as us before moving on. Sometimes I think about that water puddle. Where did it come from? Why would a shadow leave water behind? Was it crossing between worlds, bringing a piece of somewhere else with it? Or was it once a person, and the water was all that remained of its humanity? I've never experienced anything like it since that night. No paranormal encounters, no ghostly sightings. Just that one inexplicable visit from something that shouldn't exist. Last month, when I turned 30, I almost called Emma. I had my phone in my hand, her contact pulled up. I wanted to ask, do you remember the Shadow Man? Do you still think about that night? But I couldn't make myself press the call button. What if she didn't remember? What if she thought I was crazy? Worse, what if talking about it somehow brought it back? So I set my phone down and poured another glass of wine instead. But here's the thing that's been bothering me lately, the reason I'm finally writing this down. Last week, I was cleaning out some old boxes from my parents' house. Mom is selling it now that she's moving to a retirement community in Florida. In one box of my childhood things, I found an old notebook. Flipping through it, I found an entry dated the day after the incident. 12-year-old me had written just one sentence. It came to play music. Reading those words in my childish handwriting sent a chill through me that I haven't been able to shake, because suddenly a new thought occurred to me. What if it wasn't random? What if it came specifically for that guitar? And if so, why? The guitar itself wasn't anything special, just a beginner's acoustic that Dad had bought Emma for her birthday. She played it for a few years, then lost interest in high school. I don't even know what happened to it after she left for college. But now, I can't stop wondering if there was something about it that attracted the Shadow Man. I still don't have answers. I probably never will. But sometimes at night, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear that single chord being strummed in the darkness. And I wonder if somewhere, in some other dimension or time, the Shadow Man is still playing, still moving through spaces where he doesn't belong, leaving nothing but confusion and small puddles of water in his wake. And I wonder if someday he'll come back. Story 3. I've been debating whether to even write this down for years. Part of me wants to believe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but I know deep in my gut that what I experienced was real. I was 8, maybe 9 years old when it happened, living in this quiet little hillside village called Eastbrook with my parents and my sister Abby. Our house wasn't anything special, just a 2-story home with 3 bedrooms. My sister and I shared the room upstairs at the end of the hallway. I still remember the creaky floorboard right outside our door that would always give away when someone was coming. Abby could sleep through anything. A tornado could have torn through our bedroom and she would have just rolled over. I was the opposite, always a light sleeper, always aware of every little noise in the house. I had this habit of staying up way later than I was supposed to. Our parents had put this small TV in our room, and after Abby fell asleep, I'd turn the volume down real low and watch whatever was on until I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. My mom would occasionally check on us before she went to bed, but usually she trusted that I was asleep like I was supposed to be. This particular night, I think it was a Friday in October because I remember the Halloween decorations were already up in our room. It was around 10:30 or 11, and I was watching some sitcom rerun. Abby was out cold in her bed across the room, breathing heavily like she always did. The TV was positioned on this small dresser right next to our door, which is important because anyone coming in would have to walk right past it, and I would definitely see them. I was sitting up in bed with my back against the wall, blanket pulled up to my waist, when this feeling washed over me. You know that feeling when someone's watching you, that prickly sensation on the back of your neck? It was like that, but 10 times stronger. My whole body just went cold. I glanced over my shoulder, and there she was, my mom, standing between my bed and the wall, not even 3 feet away from me. I nearly jumped out of my skin because I hadn't heard the door open, hadn't heard the creaky floorboard, hadn't heard any footsteps, and she would have had to walk right past the TV to get to where she was standing. At first, I thought I was in trouble for being up so late, but then I really looked at her face, and something was wrong. So wrong. Her face was completely blank. Not angry, not disappointed, just nothing. Completely devoid of any expression. Her eyes were the worst part. They were fixed directly on me, but they looked empty, like there was nothing behind them. Just these two dark, unblinking holes staring down at me. "Mom," I whispered, not wanting to wake Abby. No response, not even a twitch. She just kept staring at me with that horrible blank face. She was wearing her usual nightgown, this blue cotton thing with little white flowers on it. Her arms were hanging straight down at her sides, completely still. Too still, like she wasn't even breathing. "Mom, what's wrong?" I tried again, my voice shaking. Nothing, just those empty eyes fixed on me. I remember thinking that maybe she was sleepwalking, but my mom had never sleepwalked before, and even then, I knew sleepwalkers didn't stand perfectly still like that. The longer she stood there, the more terrified I became. The air in the room felt heavy and cold, like all the warmth had been sucked out. The TV light was flickering across her face, but somehow the shadows seemed wrong, too deep around her eyes, and she wasn't blinking. Not once. I pulled my blanket up higher, clutching it like a shield. "Mom, you're scaring me," I whispered. Still nothing, just that endless empty stare. I ducked completely under my covers then, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was shaking uncontrollably, tears welling up in my eyes. I don't know how long I stayed like that, probably only a minute or two, but it felt like hours. When I finally gathered enough courage to peek out from under my blanket, she was still there, in exactly the same position, with exactly the same expression, or lack of expression. Those eyes still fixed on where my face had been before I hid. I ducked back under the covers, my mind racing. I was worried about Abby, sleeping so vulnerably across the room, but I was too terrified to call out to her. What if whatever was pretending to be my mom did something? Because by then, I was absolutely certain that whatever was standing by my bed wasn't my mother. It looked exactly like her, but something essential was missing, some spark of life or humanity that just wasn't there. After what felt like forever, I peeked out again, preparing myself to see those terrible empty eyes. But the space beside my bed was empty. She, or it, was gone. Just gone. No footsteps, no sound of the door, nothing. One moment there, the next moment not. That's when I noticed the TV. The screen had gone completely black, not turned off. The power light was still on, but showing absolutely nothing. No static, no blue screen, just this bottomless black void. In all the times I'd stayed up watching that TV, before or since, that has never happened again. I sat there frozen, staring at the black screen, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Eventually, exhaustion overcame terror, and I must have fallen asleep still huddled under my covers. The next morning, I woke up before Abby and ran downstairs to find my mum in the kitchen making breakfast. She looked normal, smiling, humming to herself as she flipped pancakes. Her eyes were warm and alive. "Mum, did you come into our room last night?" I blurted out. She turned to me, looking confused. "No, honey. Why would you think that? You were standing by my bed staring at me." She frowned, spatula in hand. "I went straight to bed after watching the news with Dad. I didn't go upstairs until this morning." "But I saw you," I insisted. "You were wearing your blue nightgown." My mum set down the spatula and came over to me, putting her hand on my forehead like she was checking for a fever. "You must have had a bad dream, sweetie. I didn't come into your room last night, I promise." I knew it wasn't a dream. It was too vivid, too real. The coldness in the room, the stillness of the figure, those horrible empty eyes, not things my 8-year-old brain could have invented. "What about the TV?" I asked. "Did you turn it off?" "The TV was on when I came up to wake you girls this morning," she said, "playing cartoons. You must have fallen asleep with it on again." But I knew the screen had gone black. I knew what I had seen. My dad came in then, and the conversation moved on to other things. I didn't bring it up again, because I could tell they wouldn't believe me. But I started sleeping with my covers pulled up over my head every night. I begged my parents for a nightlight. I made sure our bedroom door was closed tight before bed. For weeks after that night, I was terrified that the not-mum would come back. I would lie awake, listening for any sound, watching the shadows. I stopped staying up late to watch TV, too scared of what might appear behind me. The few times I did watch TV after dark, I would position myself so my back was against the wall, where nothing could sneak up on me. The incident affected me in other ways too. I became obsessed with making sure doors were completely closed or completely open, never ajar. I developed this habit of checking behind doors, inside closets, under beds before I could relax in a room. Even now as an adult, I do this in hotel rooms or new places. I became hyper-aware of my mother's expressions and mannerisms. For months after the encounter, I would study her face when she didn't know I was looking, making sure her eyes looked normal, making sure she blinked. Sometimes I would deliberately make noise to see if she'd react naturally. It took a long time before I stopped flinching when she came into my room unexpectedly. As I grew older, I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a vivid hallucination brought on by being overtired. Maybe it was some kind of night terror, though I was wide awake. Maybe it was a strange combination of shadows and reflections that my young mind misinterpreted. But none of these explanations ever really satisfied me. They don't account for the TV going black, or how the figure appeared without making any sound, or how it disappeared just as silently. They don't explain the bone-deep certainty I had, still have, that whatever stood by my bed that night wasn't human. I'm 28 now, living in my own apartment 3 states away from Eastbrook. I've told this story to exactly 3 people in my life: my college roommate, my therapist, and my husband. My roommate thought it was creepy, but suggested sleep paralysis. My therapist leaned toward childhood night terrors. My husband is the only one who didn't try to explain it away. "What do you think it was?" he asked when I finally told him. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I know it wasn't my mom. It was something wearing her like a costume, but it didn't get the details right. It didn't know how to act human. Even now, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night with the unshakable feeling that something is watching me with those same empty eyes. I'll lie perfectly still, gathering my courage before looking around the darkened room. So far, I've never seen that figure again, but the fear that I might never really goes away. I still can't stay in a room where the TV suddenly goes to a black screen. I still check behind doors. I still flinch when someone stands too still for too long. And to this day, I can't look at my mother's face without that tiny moment of verification, making sure her eyes look alive, making sure whatever visited me that night hasn't come back. I don't know what was in my room that night. I don't know what it wanted, but I know it wasn't just standing there watching me for no reason. It was waiting for something, deciding something. And sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, still waiting, still deciding. Story 4. I've never told anyone about this outside my family and a couple close friends. Even now, writing about it makes my skin crawl. I need to get this off my chest, though, because it's been eating at me for months, and I still can't explain what I saw. This happened last October, when I was walking my puppy Apollo near our property line in Thornhill, Indiana. We live pretty far out, surrounded by cornfields and dense woods. It's basically the middle of nowhere. Our closest neighbor is about half a mile away. My parents bought this place when I was 12, and I'm 17 now, so I've gotten used to the isolation. Usually, I like it. That night started normal enough. It was around 8 p.m., and I decided to take Apollo out for his evening walk before it got too dark. Apollo is a German Shepherd mix, still just a puppy at 7 months old. He was energetic as hell, always pulling on the leash, wanting to investigate every smell. Our property backs up against a thick stretch of woods that seems to go on forever. Most of the time, I avoid going near there after dark. We've had issues with meth heads hiding back there from the cops. And my dad found a makeshift campsite once with needles and trash scattered everywhere. Plus, there are coyotes and even rumors of a mountain lion sighting a few years back. But Apollo needed exercise, and I figured we'd just walk along the edge of our field, maybe 50 yards from the tree line. The sun was setting, but there was still enough light to see. The air had that crisp fall feeling, where you can smell the leaves starting to decay and everything feels kind of damp. About 15 minutes into our walk, I started feeling weird. It's hard to explain, but it was like when you're alone in a room and suddenly you know someone's watching you. The hair on my arm stood up. I looked around but didn't see anything unusual. Apollo sensed it too. He stopped pulling on the leash and moved closer to my legs, which was completely out of character for him. His ears were perked up and he kept staring at the woods. I remember thinking it was probably just a deer or raccoon watching us from the trees. But this feeling, it wasn't like that. It felt predatory, like we were being hunted. The sun had almost completely set by then, and the area between us and the woods was getting dark. I decided it was time to head back to the house. We turned around and started walking along the gravel access road that cuts through our property. We'd only gone about 20 feet when I heard it. A massive thud sound from the woods, parallel to where we were walking. It sounded exactly like someone had dropped a huge bag of bricks from height, just a single heavy impact. Then silence. Apollo froze, his whole body rigid. I remember my heart rate exploding, like it was trying to punch through my chest. I started to reach for my phone to turn on the flashlight, thinking maybe it was one of those meth heads and I'd need to scare them off. That's when it came out of the trees. I still have trouble describing what I saw. It was so wrong that my brain kept trying to make sense of it. Like when you see something for a split second and your mind tries to fit it into categories you understand. This thing was tall, at least 7 feet. Its skin was this sickly, pale white color, not like human skin at all, but more like the belly of a dead fish. The skin looked stretched too tight over its frame, which was incredibly thin at the limbs, but had this bizarrely wide chest. I could see its bones. Not like you'd see on a skinny person, but actual protrusions pushing against that pale skin. Around its waist was what looked like some kind of cloth or rag, dirty and torn. Its arms and legs were human-shaped but way too long and thin, like they'd been stretched. The proportions were all wrong, but its face. Jesus, its face is what I see in my nightmares now. It looked like a deer skull, but wider and flatter in the front, with no indentation where a nose should be. But it wasn't bone, it was covered in that same pale skin. And the eyes, it had 4 of them. 2 sets, positioned where you'd expect eyes to be, but doubled, one set above the other. I couldn't see a mouth at all, just smooth skin where it should have been. On top of its head was what looked like some kind of wooden, I don't know, headdress? Not like Native American stuff, but more like twisted branches that had been tied or grown onto its skull. From the back of its head hung this short, matted dark hair. The moment it emerged from the trees, we both just froze. It seemed as startled by me as I was by it. For what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds, we just stared at each other. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. Its eyes didn't blink. They just fixed on me with this terrified look. Yes, terrified. That's what was so bizarre. This horrific creature seemed afraid of me. Apollo broke the standoff. He yanked hard on the leash and bolted toward home. The sudden movement snapped me out of my trance, and I started backing away, unable to take my eyes off the thing. It didn't charge or attack. It just watched me, its body tense like it might flee at any moment. When I'd backed up about 20 feet, I finally turned and ran after Apollo, who was already halfway to the house, dragging his leash behind him. I couldn't help it. I looked back once. The thing was retreating into the trees, its pale form fading into the darkness. By the time I reached the house, my legs felt like jelly, and I was hyperventilating. My parents were watching TV when I burst in. They could tell something was wrong, but I couldn't explain what I'd seen. How do you tell your parents you saw some kind of monster? I just said I thought I saw someone creeping around in the woods, and they assumed it was trespassers. My dad went out with his shotgun to check, but of course he didn't find anything. I tried to convince myself it was just some strung-out meth head wearing weird clothes, maybe even a Halloween mask. But I knew that wasn't true. What I saw wasn't human. It wasn't even animal in any way I could understand. I didn't go near the woods for days after that. Apollo refused to go out after dark at all, which was completely out of character for him. He used to love nighttime walks. Then, about a week later, the knocking started. The first time I was in bed almost asleep when I heard 3 distinct knocks on my bathroom window. My bedroom has an attached bathroom, and the window is small and high up, at least 8 feet off the ground. There's no way anyone could reach it without a ladder. I froze, listening. 3 more knocks, slow and deliberate, then scratching like fingernails on glass. I didn't get out of bed. I didn't check. I pulled the covers over my head like a little kid and eventually fell asleep from pure exhaustion. The next night, same thing. Knock, knock, knock. Pause. Scratch, scratch, scratch. This continued for weeks. Always at night, always the same window. I tried to tell myself it was just a tree branch, but there are no trees close enough to the house to touch it. I tried to tell myself it was the house settling, but houses don't make scratching sounds like fingernails. My mum noticed the bags under my eyes and asked if I was sleeping okay. I lied and said I was just staying up late studying. I couldn't tell her that every night something was knocking at my window, something that shouldn't be able to reach that high. The nightmares started too. Vivid dreams where I'd be walking in the woods and suddenly find myself surrounded by those pale figures, dozens of them, all with those 4 unblinking eyes staring at me. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding. About 2 months after the initial encounter, my friend Jake stayed over. We were playing video games in my room when the knocking started. 3 knocks, pause, scratching. Jake heard it too. "What the hell is that?" he asked. For the first time I had a witness. I told him about the knocking, though not about the creature I'd seen. I asked if he'd go outside with me to check. We grabbed flashlights and went out. The bathroom window faces the back of our property, toward those woods. Jake climbed on a plastic lawn chair to look, shining his light all around the window and the side of the house. "There's nothing here, man," he said. "No scratches on the window, no footprints, nothing." But here's the thing that still makes my blood run cold. While Jake was outside checking, I stayed in the bathroom and the knocking continued. 3 knocks, pause, scratching, over and over. Jake couldn't hear it outside, but I could hear it perfectly from inside. It was like the sound was coming from inside the glass itself. When Jake came back in, the knocking stopped immediately. He looked at me like I was crazy when I told him it had continued while he was out there. We argued about it, and eventually he just said the wind must be causing something to hit the window that I couldn't see from inside. But there was no wind that night, not even a breeze. The knocking and scratching have continued almost every night for months now. Sometimes it stops for a few days, and I think maybe it's over, but then it starts again. It's always the same window, always the same pattern. I've tried setting up my phone to record the window, but nothing ever shows up on video. The sounds still come through, though. Those 3 knocks and the scratching, clear as day. I've barely slept in months. I'm jumpy all the time. My grades are slipping, and my parents are worried about me. But how do I explain this to them? "Hey, Mom and Dad, I saw a monster in the woods, and now it's knocking on my window every night, but only I can hear it." They'd send me to a psychiatrist. About a month ago, I finally worked up the courage to go back to the woods in daylight with Apollo. He was reluctant, pulling against the leash, but I needed to see if there was any evidence of something. I found a clearing about 50 yards in where the undergrowth was all trampled down. In the center was a crude structure made of branches twisted together into a kind of dome shape about 5 feet high. It reminded me of the wooden headdress that thing had been wearing. Inside the structure were small animal bones arranged in patterns. Not like someone had killed animals there. These were clean bones that had been deliberately placed. Mostly small things like rabbits and squirrels, but there was one larger skull that might have been a coyote or fox. I didn't touch anything. I just took pictures with my phone and got the hell out of there. When I looked at the pictures later, they were all blurry or overexposed, like the camera had malfunctioned. Every single one. The knocking came especially loud that night. Last week, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of something heavy walking on our roof, right above my room. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving back and forth. My ceiling creaked with each step. It went on for about 10 minutes, then stopped. The next morning, I checked the roof from my parents' upstairs window. There were what looked like marks or indentations in several places, but they weren't like footprints. They were more like something had been probing the roof, testing it. I still don't know what that thing was. It wasn't human, it wasn't an animal, at least not any animal I've ever seen or heard of. The way it moved, the way it looked at me, it was intelligent, aware. And I can't shake the feeling that it recognized me somehow. Not like it knew me personally, but like it knew what I was and was surprised to find me there, in its territory. The knocking came again last night. 3 knocks, pause, scratching. But this time, after the scratching stopped, I heard something new, a soft, high-pitched sound, almost like singing but with no words, just tones. It lasted about 30 seconds, then silence. I don't know what's happening or why this thing has fixated on me. All I know is that it's real, it's out there, and sometimes when I look out my window toward the woods at night, I see a pale figure standing at the tree line, just watching the house. I've considered moving out, going to stay with my grandparents or something, but part of me is afraid that if I leave, it will follow me. Or worse, it will stay here with my family. So I stay, and every night I wait for those 3 knocks, that scratching, and now that strange singing. And I wonder how long this can go on before either I lose my mind completely or that thing finally decides to do more than just knock. Last, story 5. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. I mean, I've had my fair share of weird experiences with sleepwalking, sleep paralysis, and nightmares since I was a kid, but I've always chalked it up to my brain just being wired differently. That was until we moved into our new apartment. My boyfriend Marcus and I had been looking for a place for months. The rental market was brutal, and when we finally found something in our price range that didn't look like it belonged in a horror movie, we jumped on it. It wasn't anything special, just a modest 2-bedroom in a newer block of flats. Built in the early 2000s, nothing historic or creepy about it, just your standard concrete and drywall construction with neighbors on either side and above us. The first few weeks were normal. We unpacked, arranged furniture, and started settling into our routine. I was working from home 3 days a week, and Marcus was at the office full time. Everything was fine until Marcus started mentioning weird things. "Did you move the coffee mug I left on the counter?" he asked one morning. I hadn't touched it. Then it was the keys that weren't where he left them, a book that somehow ended up in the bathroom when he swore he'd been reading it in bed. Little things, but enough that he started joking about our place being haunted. I laughed it off. This building isn't even 20 years old. It doesn't have time to be haunted. Besides, I was the one with the history of sleep issues. If anyone should be noticing weird stuff, it should be me, right? Then the nightmares started. I've had bad dreams before, but nothing like what happened about 2 months after we moved in. I dreamt I was lying in our bed, exactly as I had fallen asleep, when these shadow figures started forming in the corners of our room. They weren't just dark blobs. They had form, substance. They looked like people, but distorted. with limbs too long and heads that weren't quite right, and they were crawling toward the bed. In my dream, I couldn't move. Classic sleep paralysis, something I'd dealt with before. But this felt different, more real. I could feel the weight of something pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. The shadows kept coming closer and closer, until one of them was right at the edge of the bed, reaching for me with these impossibly long fingers. That's when I managed to break free. In my dream, I flung myself sideways off the bed to escape. The problem was, I actually did it in real life too. I woke up on the floor with a sharp pain in my side. I'd hit the radiator on my way down and had a nasty bruise for weeks afterward. Marcus woke up to my scream and found me shaking on the floor. He helped me back to bed, held me until morning, but I could tell he was freaked out too. "Maybe we should sage the place," he suggested the next day. I rolled my eyes. It was just a nightmare. I've had them before. But they kept happening. Not every night, but often enough that I started dreading going to sleep. I'd see those shadows in my dreams, always reaching, always coming closer. Sometimes I'd wake up standing in the middle of the living room with no memory of how I got there. Classic sleepwalking. But it had been years since I'd done that. Marcus was patient, but I could tell he was worried. He started checking the locks twice before bed, making sure all the windows were secured. It was sweet, but we both knew locks wouldn't keep out whatever was haunting my dreams. Then came that night, the night everything changed. It was a Tuesday in October. Nothing special about the day. Work was normal, dinner was leftovers, and we watched some mindless TV before heading to bed around 11. Marcus fell asleep almost immediately. He always could, the bastard, but I was restless. My mind kept racing, thinking about work deadlines and bills, and whether we needed to buy more toilet paper. The usual 2 a.m. thoughts, except it wasn't even midnight yet. I tossed and turned for hours, checked my phone, 1:15 a.m., adjusted my pillow, 1:42 a.m., tried counting sheep, 2:18 a.m. By 2:30, I was still wide awake and incredibly frustrated. My bladder wasn't helping either. After another half hour of trying to ignore it, I finally gave up and decided to use the bathroom. Our flat's layout meant the bathroom was just down the short hallway from our bedroom. I carefully slid out of bed, trying not to wake Marcus, who was snoring softly beside me. The hallway was dark, but I didn't want to turn on the light and risk waking Marcus. I used my phone's flashlight to guide me to the bathroom. Once inside, I decided to leave the door partially open rather than close it completely. Something about being in total darkness in there made me uneasy that night. I sat down on the toilet, still holding my phone for light, scrolling through social media to pass the time. That's when I noticed it. The door handle was moving. Not violently, not all at once, but slowly. It inched downward as if someone was carefully, deliberately trying to open the door without making noise. I froze, my eyes fixed on the handle. It moved down about halfway, then suddenly jolted back up to its original position. My first thought was that it was Marcus. He must have woken up and needed the bathroom too. But then I remembered he was snoring when I left. And why would he be so careful with the handle when the door was already open? I sat there completely still, waiting. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe it was just the building settling. Then it happened again. Down went the handle, slowly, deliberately, then back up, then down again. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I wanted to call out to Marcus, but my voice wouldn't work. I was frozen, watching this impossible thing happen right in front of me. Then, without warning, the handle violently jerked down and up, down and up, down and up, down and up. 4 rapid, aggressive movements in quick succession, like someone was frantically trying to get in. That broke my paralysis. "Fuck off!" I screamed, louder than I meant to. I yanked up my pajama pants, not even bothering to flush, and bolted out of the bathroom, past the door with its now still handle. I ran straight into our bedroom and dove into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin like a terrified child. Marcus was still asleep, completely undisturbed by my shout. How the hell was he still asleep? I wanted to wake him, to tell him what had happened, but some irrational part of my brain was afraid. What if it wasn't Marcus? What if something was pretending to be him? I lay there, wide-eyed, staring at the ceiling, listening for any sound from the hallway. My body was drenched in sweat, but I felt ice cold. I didn't sleep at all that night. I watched the darkness slowly give way to dawn, the shadows in our room retreating as sunlight crept through the blinds. When Marcus's alarm went off at 7, I nearly jumped out of my skin. He rolled over, saw my face, and immediately sat up. "Jesus, what happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost." I told him everything. The door handle, the movements, my terror. He listened, his face growing more concerned with every word. "Why didn't you wake me up?" he asked. "I don't know, I was scared. I wasn't thinking straight." He got up, went to the bathroom, examined the door and handle. Maybe it was just loose or the building settling. I shook my head. "It moved up and down 4 times, Marcus, like someone was trying to get in." He didn't have an answer for that. I called in sick to work that day. I couldn't face leaving the apartment, but I also couldn't bear to be alone in it. I was so freaked out that I couldn't even use the bathroom by myself. I called my mom just to hear another human voice and kept her on the phone while I peed. How pathetic is that? A grown woman needing her mommy to use the toilet. Since that night, things have gotten weirder. Marcus has started noticing more unexplainable things. A picture frame that rotated 180 degrees on the wall when there was no draft. His wallet disappearing from the counter where he always leaves it, only to show up in the refrigerator. The TV turning on by itself at 3:27 a.m., always the same time, always tuned to static. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe our building has weird electrical issues. Maybe the foundation is settling, causing things to shift. Maybe we both just need more sleep and are imagining things. But deep down, I know that's not it. Something is in our flat with us. I don't know if it came with the place, or if it somehow followed one of us here. Sometimes I wonder if Marcus brought something with him. He lived in an old Victorian house before moving in with me. The kind of place that actually could be haunted. Maybe something attached itself to him and came along for the ride. Or maybe it's seasonal. Maybe whatever this is gets stronger as we head into winter, as the days get shorter and the nights longer. That would explain why things have escalated since October began. What makes it worse is that I'm pregnant now, 10 weeks along. We weren't planning it, but we're excited. Or at least, we were excited before I started wondering what kind of environment we're bringing a baby into. What if whatever's here targets the baby? What if it's already affecting my pregnancy somehow? Marcus says we should move, but have you seen the rental market lately? We can't afford to break our lease. And even if we could, there's nowhere to go. So we're stuck here with whatever else is living with us. The strangest part, some nights are completely normal. We'll go days without anything weird happening, to the point where I start to think maybe I imagined the whole thing. Maybe it was just sleep paralysis combined with an overactive imagination and a loose door handle. And then I'll wake up at 3 a.m. to find all the kitchen cabinets open. Or Marcus will call me from work, his voice shaking because he swears someone just whispered his name in his ear while he was in a meeting. Last night, I felt something sit on the edge of the bed. The mattress compressed, like there was weight on it. I was facing away from that side, and I couldn't bring myself to turn around. I just lay there, eyes squeezed shut, pretending to be asleep, feeling the presence of something that shouldn't be there, something watching me. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to talk to. A priest would think I'm crazy. A medium would probably be a scam. The landlord would just say there's nothing wrong with the flat. So here I am, typing this out at 4:26 a.m. because I woke up to the sound of someone whispering my name. And when I opened my eyes, Marcus wasn't in bed beside me. He was standing in the corner of our room, staring at the wall. When I called his name, he didn't respond. I got up, touched his shoulder, and he turned around with this blank look on his face and asked why I'd woken him up. He has no memory of getting out of bed. I'm terrified of what's happening in our flat. I'm terrified of what it might do to my baby. And I'm terrified that whatever it is, it's only getting stronger. The door handle is moving again right now. I can see it from where I'm sitting. Down, then up, down, then up. I'm not going to open it this time. I'm not going to see what's on the other side. Story 6. I still can't sleep well. It's been 3 weeks since I left that place, but I swear sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone's watching me from the corner of my bedroom. I know how this sounds. Before all this happened, I would have laughed if someone told me a story like mine, but I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. Back in August, I took a job at this old Soviet summer camp in rural Ukraine, about 40 minutes outside my hometown. The place was called Camp Zirka, Star in Ukrainian. It had been abandoned for years after the USSR collapsed, but some businessman bought it and started renovations to turn it into some kind of resort. The pay was good, twice what I'd make at the factory in town, so I didn't ask too many questions. My job was simple, soaring and fitting heating equipment in this small maintenance building about 400 meters from the main facility. It was just me and maybe 15 other workers spread across the grounds, each doing our own thing. The foreman only checked in once a day, usually in the morning, then left us alone. The isolation didn't bother me at first. I liked the quiet, the forest air, and having my own space to work. To reach my workshop, I had to follow this dirt path that curved through some pines and past this small silicate brick building. This building always gave me a weird feeling. It was different from the other structures, older somehow, with these tiny square windows that were too high for anyone to look in or out of. They were maybe 20 centimeters, just these perfect little squares near the ceiling. I never knew what that building was for. Storage? Some kind of utility building? The doors were chained shut with a rusty padlock that looked like it hadn't been opened in decades. The first week was uneventful. Wake up at 5 a.m., drive my beat-up lader to the camp, work until 4 p.m., go home. The August heat was brutal in that little workshop with no AC, just a tiny fan that mostly pushed the hot air around. I'd take my lunch breaks under this big oak tree near the main building where there was decent shade. It was during the second week when things started getting weird. I remember the date exactly, August 14th. I'd just finished eating my lunch, cold borscht and black bread my wife had packed, and was walking back to my workshop. It was around 1 p.m., the hottest part of the day. The cicadas were so loud you could barely hear yourself think. As I was passing that small brick building, something caught my eye, a movement behind the corner. At first, I thought it might be one of the other workers, though nobody was usually in this part of the camp. Then I wondered if it might be a stray dog. We'd seen a few around the property. I have astigmatism, so sometimes my eyes play tricks on me, especially in bright sunlight. I thought maybe it was just a weird reflection or shadow, but then I felt this sensation. It's hard to explain, but I've felt it before, back when I was a teenager and stayed overnight at my grandfather's supposedly haunted house. It's like the air gets heavier, and there's this pressure in your ears, like right before a thunderstorm. I slowed down, squinting to see better. That's when I saw her. Behind the corner of the building, partially hidden but clearly visible, was a girl's face, but not normal. Her skin was this sickly, pale blue color, like someone who'd drowned and been found days later. And she was grinning, this wide, toothy smile that stretched too far across her face. Her teeth looked normal, human, which somehow made it worse. I froze. For a few seconds I couldn't move, couldn't even blink. I kept thinking my eyes were playing tricks, that it was just a weird shadow or reflection, but it wasn't. She was there, watching me. What happened next still makes my hands shake when I think about it. I started walking again, faster now, trying to get past the building quickly. As I moved, her head, just her head, I never saw her body, followed me. It wasn't like she was walking along the wall. The head literally turned, tracking me as I moved, that grin never faltering. Her face looked almost normal apart from the color, like a young girl, maybe 12 or 13. But something was off about the proportions. The skin seemed stretched too tight over her cheekbones, and her eyes. God, her eyes were fully black, no whites at all, not like shadows hiding them, like actual black orbs. They reflected no light. I practically ran the rest of the way to my workshop. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Once inside, I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, breathing hard. The rational part of my brain tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was another worker's kid playing a prank. But no one would bring their child to an active construction site, and the blue skin, that wasn't makeup. It was too uniform, too unnatural. I tried to focus on my work for the rest of the day, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. I kept looking over my shoulder, jumping at every noise. I considered telling someone, but who? The other workers barely spoke to me, and I'd sound crazy. As the afternoon wore on, I convinced myself it had been my imagination. The heat, exhaustion, maybe dehydration. I drank more water and tried to calm down. Around 3:30 p.m., I needed to get some supplies from the storage container near the main building. This meant taking the same path, passing that brick building again. I almost asked one of the other guys to go instead, but my pride wouldn't let me. What would I say? I'm scared of a blue ghost girl? So I went myself. I walked quickly, eyes straight ahead. I was about 10 meters from the brick building when I heard it, a scream. Not loud, more like the echo of a scream, as if coming from far away or underwater. It was high-pitched, definitely a child's voice. I stopped looking around wildly, but there was no one. Then another scream, lower-pitched, adult-sounding. Then another and another. Different voices, different pitches, all seeming to come from inside the brick building with the tiny windows. The screams weren't continuous, just these short bursts of terror, like snapshots of someone's worst moment. I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I ran like hell back to my workshop and stayed there until quitting time. I didn't even go get the supplies I needed. When 4 p.m. finally came, I practically sprinted to my car. That night, I told my wife I wasn't feeling well, that maybe I'd gotten heat stroke. I couldn't tell her what really happened. She already thought I was too superstitious, always making us avoid certain places I got bad feelings about. The next morning, I almost called in sick. I sat in my car for 20 minutes in our driveway, keys in hand, trying to work up the courage. The money was too good to quit, and we needed it for our son's university fees. Finally, I forced myself to go. I decided to take a different route to my workshop, a longer way that looped around the main building and approached from the other side. It added about 10 minutes to my walk, but at least I wouldn't have to pass the brick building. The day went by quietly. I worked hard, trying to keep my mind occupied. Around midday, I needed to use the bathroom, which was in the main building. As I was walking through an unfinished corridor, I passed a room with no lights on. From the corner of my eye, I saw something that made me stop cold. Red eyes, 2 glowing red dots in the darkness of the room, not reflecting light, generating it, like tiny LED lights, but organic somehow. When I turned to look directly, they were gone. I hurried to the bathroom and back to my workshop without stopping. Things escalated from there. Every day, something new would happen. Sometimes I'd hear the screams again, even from hundreds of meters away. Sometimes I'd feel watched, turning around to find nothing there, but knowing something had just been looking at me. One day, I dropped a tool and it rolled under my workbench. When I bent down to retrieve it, I saw small, dirty footprints in the dust. child-sized but not normal. The toes were too long, almost finger-like. They hadn't been there earlier, I'm certain of it. The worst day was August 19th. I was cutting pipe when my saw blade snapped. I jumped back, cursing, and in that moment of silence, I heard breathing right behind me. Hot, ragged breathing, like someone who'd been running. I spun around, nothing. But then I noticed the window was fogged up in a small patch, about the height where a child's mouth would be. I started bringing religious items to work. A small cross my grandmother had given me. A prayer card. Some blessed salt I sprinkled around my workstation each morning. The other workers noticed and kept their distance, probably thinking I was losing it. During my last week there, I saw the blue-faced girl 2 more times. Once by the tree line, just standing there, staring at me during my lunch break. The second time was worse. She was closer, maybe 30 meters away, and she wasn't just staring. She was beckoning to me, one blue finger curling in a "come here" gesture. I started researching the camp's history during my evenings at home. It was hard finding information. Most records from the Soviet era are spotty at best. But I did learn that Camp Zerka was built in the 1960s on the site of an older facility. According to one obscure forum post I found, the previous facility wasn't a camp at all, but some kind of research station disguised as a children's sanatorium. The post was vague, mentioning experiments, but no details. The user who posted it never responded to follow-up questions. On my last day, August 21st, I was determined to finish my work and never return. I'd already told the foreman I couldn't continue due to family obligations. He seemed disappointed but didn't press. I worked faster than usual, wanting to be done early. Around 2 p.m., I realized I'd miscalculated the pipe measurements and needed to check something in the blueprints, which I'd left in the foreman's office near the main building. I decided to be brave and take the short path, past the brick building. It was daytime, my last day. What could happen? As I approached the building, everything seemed normal. No blue girl, no screams. The relief made me almost giddy. Maybe it was over. Maybe whatever had been happening had moved on. I was almost past the building when I heard a child's voice, crystal clear, not echoing like before. "Will you play with me?" It was sweet, innocent, a normal child's question. But there was something underneath it, a wrongness I can't explain. I didn't turn around. I kept walking faster now. We could have so much fun. The voice was closer now, right behind me. The others played with me until they couldn't anymore. I broke into a run. Behind me, the voice changed, deepening, multiplying, until it sounded like dozens of voices speaking in unison. "Don't leave us here!" I reached the main building and yanked the door open, slamming it shut behind me. The foreman was there looking startled. "You okay, Victor? You look like you've seen a ghost," he joked. I couldn't speak. I just grabbed the blueprints and went back outside. There was nothing there now. No voices, no blue girl. But as I walked back, taking the long route, I noticed something I hadn't before. Behind the brick building, partially hidden by overgrown bushes, was what looked like a small cemetery. Just a few weathered stones, no markings I could see from that distance. I didn't investigate closer. I finished my work an hour early and left. As I was driving away, I looked in my rearview mirror at the camp receding in the distance. In the fading afternoon light, I swear I saw multiple small figures standing by the tree line, watching my car. I never went back. A week later, my friend who referred me to the job texted to ask why work had stopped at the camp. Apparently, the owner had abruptly halted the renovation, citing structural issues discovered during the process. The place is abandoned again now. Sometimes I think about going back, just to see if what I experienced was real or if I was somehow hallucinating from heat and exhaustion. But then I remember those black eyes in that blue face, that too wide smile, and those words. The others played with me until they couldn't anymore. I don't know what happened at Camp Zirka before it became a summer camp. I don't know who that girl was or what the screams meant. But I know what I saw and heard was real, and sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I still see her blue face watching me from the shadows, still waiting for someone to play. Story 7. I still remember the smell. That's the thing that stays with me the most after all these years. This weird mix of something burning that wasn't quite wood and something else I couldn't identify. Something that made my stomach turn. It's been almost 40 years, but sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night with that smell in my nostrils, feeling like I'm 12 years old again, staring up at those things. Let me back up. My name's Jason. Back in 1985, my mom moved my little brother Michael and me to the Navajo Mountain Reservation in Utah. We were the only white kids for miles. Mom had gotten a teaching job at the reservation school after finally leaving our dad. I won't get into all that, but let's just say there was a good reason we moved so far away from him. It was weird being outsiders there. Not terrible. Most people were nice enough, but there was always this feeling that we didn't quite belong. The reservation kids eventually warmed up to us, though. By that summer, Michael and I had made friends with a few local boys. We'd explore the area on our bikes almost every day after school. Mom was usually busy with teacher stuff, so as long as we were back before dark, she didn't mind us roaming around. The mesa was this flat-topped hill that dominated the landscape. You could see it from our bedroom window. It wasn't super tall, but it was steep enough that you had to work to climb it. We'd go up there sometimes during the day, but never at night. Nobody did. This one evening in late July, we were out later than usual. Me, Michael, and 3 Navajo boys, Darren, Kyle, and Thomas. We were riding our bikes on this dusty dirt road that ran parallel to the mesa, racing and doing stupid tricks. The sun had just gone down, and we knew we should probably head home soon. I remember I was in the lead, pedaling hard, when Darren suddenly shouted something in Navajo. Everyone slammed on their brakes so fast that I nearly crashed when I looked back and realized they weren't behind me anymore. They were all just standing there, bikes dropped, staring up at the mesa. When I turned to look where they were looking, my blood went cold. There was a fire on top of the mesa. But not like a small campfire or anything normal. This thing was huge, like impossibly big. The flames had to be at least 20 feet high, shooting straight up into the night sky. It lit up the whole top of the mesa like it was daytime. And around it, around it were these figures. From where we stood, they looked completely black. Not like dark-skinned people, like literal shadows moving around the fire. They were tall and thin, moving in this weird, jerky way that didn't look human. It was like watching those nature documentaries of praying mantises or spiders, but scaled up to human size. They were doing something that looked like dancing, but not any kind of dancing I'd ever seen. It was wrong somehow. Unnatural. I remember my mouth going completely dry. Kyle started saying something in Navajo really fast, and Thomas cut him off with a sharp word. Then Thomas looked at us and just said, "We go. Now." The Navajo boys grabbed their bikes and took off like the devil himself was chasing them. Michael grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Jason, what is that?" he whispered. He was only 10, and I could feel him shaking. "I don't know," I said, still staring. As we watched, one of the black figures suddenly stopped moving and seemed to turn in our direction. Even though we were probably half a mile away, I swear it looked right at us, right at me. That's when we ran. We left our bikes there on the dirt road and just sprinted all the way home. I don't think I've ever run that fast before or since. We burst through the door, out of breath and terrified. Mom was at the kitchen table grading papers. She looked up, startled when we crashed in. "What in the world is wrong with you two?" she asked, frowning. Michael and I talked over each other, trying to explain what we'd seen. The giant fire, the black figures, how the reservation boys had reacted. Mom listened, but I could tell she didn't believe us. She'd been raised super religious and practical, and anything that sounded superstitious automatically got filtered out. "Boys, you know better than to make up stories like this," she sighed. "You probably just saw some teenagers having a bonfire party. Or maybe it was just a shadow from the clouds. You know how the light plays tricks out here sometimes." "Mom?" The other kids freaked out, I insisted. "They knew what it was." She shook her head. "Those kids have been raised on all sorts of legends. The Navajo have their traditional beliefs, and that's fine for them, but we don't need to get caught up in all that. Now go wash up for dinner." I remember looking at Michael and seeing the frustration on his face. Mom wasn't going to listen. She never really did when it came to anything about the local culture. She respected the Navajo people, but she kept us at a distance from anything she considered superstition. That night, I couldn't sleep. Our bedroom window faced the mesa, and I kept getting up to look out, expecting to see that massive fire again. But there was nothing, just darkness. Michael crawled into my bed around midnight, which he hadn't done since he was like 6. "What if they saw us?" he whispered. "What if they come here?" I tried to act brave. Mom's right. It was probably just some teenagers messing around. But I didn't believe that. Not for a second. The next morning, we were both exhausted, but determined. We had to go back and check. We had to know what had been up there. After breakfast, we rode over to Darren's house. His mom looked uncomfortable when she saw us at the door, but she called him out. "We need to go look at the mesa," I said without preamble. Darren shook his head. "No way." "Come on," I pressed. "Don't you want to know what it was?" "I already know what it was," he said quietly, glancing back to make sure his mom couldn't hear. "And we don't go near that stuff." It took nearly an hour of convincing, but finally Darren agreed to come with us, but only to wait at the bottom of the mesa while Michael and I checked it out. He also called Thomas and Kyle, who reluctantly joined us. None of them would climb up with us, though. "We'll wait here," Thomas said firmly when we reached the dirt road where we'd been the night before. "You shouldn't go up there either." "What do you think it was?" Michael asked him. Thomas and Kyle exchanged glances. Kyle said something in Navajo, and Thomas nodded. "Bad medicine," was all Thomas would say. "If you're smart, you'll leave it alone." But we weren't smart. We were curious kids who didn't know any better. So Michael and I started climbing the mesa while our friends waited below. It was hot that day, probably in the 90s, and the climb was steep. By the time we neared the top, we were both sweating and breathing hard. The mesa wasn't that tall, maybe a couple 100 feet, but it felt like climbing a mountain. The top of the mesa was flat and rocky, with scraggly vegetation here and there. We immediately went to the spot where we'd seen the fire. It was easy to find. It was on the side directly facing the road where we'd been standing. But there was nothing there, no ashes, no burn marks, no evidence that an enormous fire had raged just hours before. We searched the entire top of the mesa, looking for any sign of what we'd seen. Nothing. It was completely untouched. "This doesn't make sense," I said, kicking at the rocky ground. "That fire was huge. It should have left a mark." Michael was walking slowly, his eyes on the ground. "Jason," he called, "come look at this." I went over to where he was standing. He pointed at the ground, and I saw what looked like a mark scratched into the rock. It wasn't anything I recognized, kind of like a stick figure, but with the head all wrong and with too many limbs at odd angles. Next to it were more marks that might have been words in a language I didn't know. "What is that?" Michael asked. Before I could answer, we heard a shout from below. Thomas was waving frantically for us to come down. We took one last look around, then headed back down. As we descended, I had the strongest feeling that something was watching us. I kept glancing back over my shoulder, but there was never anything there. When we reached the bottom, our friends were already on their bikes, clearly anxious to leave. "Well?" Darren asked, his voice tight. "What did you find?" "Nothing," I said. No fire, no ashes, nothing except some weird scratches. The three Navajo boys exchanged looks again. We should go, Kyle said. Now. As we rode away, I told them about the markings we'd found. Nobody said anything at first. Then Thomas spoke up. My grandma says not to talk about them, ever, or they hear you and know who you are. Who? Michael asked. The skinwalkers, Thomas said so quietly, I barely heard him. That was the last time any of them ever discussed it with us. Over the next few weeks we tried bringing it up, but they'd change the subject or suddenly remember they had to be somewhere else. Eventually the whole friend group kind of fell apart. They still talked to us at school, but they never wanted to hang out after that. I asked my social studies teacher about skinwalkers once, thinking she'd give me some educational explanation. She just looked at me for a long moment, then said, "We don't discuss those things. If you're interested in Navajo culture, I can recommend some books about our history and traditions." I even tried asking one of the elderly women who sometimes helped out in the school cafeteria. The moment I said the word skinwalker, she turned and walked away without a word. The silence around the subject just made it more terrifying. If no one would talk about it, it had to be serious, right? For weeks afterward, I had nightmares about those black figures. In my dreams, they'd stop their dance and all turn to look at me at once, then start moving toward me with those jerky, insect-like movements. I'd try to run, but my legs wouldn't work. Sometimes in the dreams, one of them would reach out and touch my face with fingers that were too long, too cold, too wrong. Mom got concerned about my nightmares, but attributed them to adjustment issues, or possibly trauma from our life before the reservation. She never connected them to what we'd seen that night. About 2 months after the incident, something else happened. Michael woke me up in the middle of the night, shaking me frantically. "Jason," he hissed, "look outside." I stumbled to the window, still half asleep. At first, I didn't see anything. Then movement caught my eye. Someone was standing in our yard, just at the edge where the light from our porch fell. It looked like a person, but something was off about the proportions. The arms seemed too long, hanging down almost to the knees. And the way it was standing was all wrong, kind of hunched and twisted. As we watched, it slowly raised its head and looked directly at our window. I couldn't make out a face, just darkness where features should have been. Then it moved, taking a step toward the house with that same unnatural, jerky motion we'd seen on the mesa. I yanked the curtains closed and pulled Michael away from the window. "Should we wake up Mom?" he whispered, his voice shaking. I thought about it for a second. No, I decided. She won't believe us anyway. We huddled together in my bed, neither of us brave enough to look outside again. Eventually, Michael fell into a fitful sleep, but I stayed awake until dawn, listening for any sound of something trying to get into the house. In the morning, I cautiously checked outside. There was nothing there, of course. No footprints, no evidence that anything had been in our yard, just like the mesa. I started to wonder if I was losing my mind. We lasted another year on the reservation before Mom got a better job offer in Colorado. I can't tell you how relieved I was to leave that place. The mesa, the secrets, the feeling of always being watched, I was happy to put it all behind me. As the years passed, I convinced myself that what we'd seen must have been explainable. Maybe it was some kind of atmospheric phenomenon, or maybe some local kids playing a prank. I became kind of a skeptic about all things paranormal. It's easier to believe in a rational explanation than to accept that there are things in this world that defy understanding. But here's the thing. I'm 50 years old now. I've got a good job, a wife, 2 daughters. I'm as normal and grounded as they come. I haven't thought about the Skinwalker incident in years, and yet, in 2019, my oldest daughter got interested in her cultural heritage for a school project. She found out I'd lived on a Navajo reservation and decided to visit it as part of her research. I tried to talk her out of it, but she's stubborn. Gets that from her mother. She went for a week, stayed in a little bed and breakfast near the reservation, and did interviews with some of the locals. When she came back, she was different, quieter. She didn't talk much about the trip until about a week after she returned. We were sitting on the porch one evening when she suddenly asked, "Dad, did anything weird ever happen to you when you lived on the reservation?" My heart nearly stopped. "Why do you ask?" "I went up to that mesa one afternoon," she said, staring out into the distance. "The one you can see from everywhere. It was just for the view, you know, but when I got to the top I felt something, like a darkness just came over me. Like something was there with me, watching me. And I swear, Dad, I heard something whisper my name. Not my first name, my full name, the one hardly anyone knows, Jessica Eleanor Matthews." I didn't know what to say. My daughter looked at me, and I saw real fear in her eyes. A woman I interviewed told me later that I shouldn't have gone up there. She said the place was haunted by something called a skinwalker. She said they remember people, Dad, and they remember their families. I tried to laugh it off, to explain it as suggestion and an overactive imagination, but my hands were shaking. That night, for the first time in decades, I had the nightmare again. The black figures around the fire, all turning to look at me at once. But this time, they weren't looking at just me. They were looking past me, at something behind me. And when I turned around in the dream, I saw my daughter standing there, exposed and unprotected. I woke up with that smell in my nostrils again, that burning that wasn't quite wood, and something else, something wrong. I got up and checked on both my girls, watched them sleeping peacefully, and then I went to the window and looked out into the darkness of our suburban backyard. For just a moment, just a split second, I thought I saw something move at the edge of the light, something with limbs that moved wrong. I don't know what we saw that night in 1985. I don't know if it was real or if we somehow all shared the same hallucination. What I do know is that 40 years later, it still has the power to turn my blood to ice. And sometimes, in the darkest part of the night, I still find myself afraid to look out the window, terrified of what might be looking back. Story 8. I've been wanting to get this all down for a while now, but I've been hesitant. Not because I'm worried people won't believe me. Honestly, I don't care about that anymore, but because writing about it means reliving it. Even a month out, I'm still trying to process what happened to us. To me. My girlfriend Melissa and I had been dating for almost 3 years when we decided to move in together. We were both 26, working decent jobs, and it felt like the next logical step. We found this apartment building that wasn't fancy, but was in our price range, second floor, apartment 201. The rent was slightly below market value, which should have been our first red flag, but we were just excited to find something we could afford in this economy. Moving day was when it started. I remember it so clearly because that was the first time I felt it. We were carrying boxes up the stairwell, and right as I hit the top of the second floor landing, literally the moment my foot touched the hallway floor, I got hit with this wave of something. I still don't know how to describe it properly. It was like sudden, intense vertigo mixed with this feeling of pressure, like the air got thick and thin at the same time, if that makes any sense. I actually had to put my box down and lean against the wall. Melissa asked if I was okay, and I blamed it on the 3 flights of stairs while carrying heavy boxes. I've had anxiety attacks before, so at first I thought it might be that. But this felt completely different. This felt external, like something was pushing against me. We spent that first day setting up the essentials: bed, couch, kitchen stuff. The apartment itself was pretty standard. 2 bedrooms, one we planned to use as an office, 1 bathroom, combined living room and kitchen area. Nothing special, nothing obviously wrong. But every time I walked through that front door, I felt a heaviness settle over me. By the end of moving day, I was exhausted in a way that didn't match the physical work I'd done. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Not unusual after moving, right? Except I kept waking up feeling like someone was watching me. I'd jerk awake and stare into the darkness, convinced there was someone standing in the corner of our bedroom. Of course, there never was. The first few weeks were when we noticed the small things. I'd be working at my desk and catch movement in my peripheral vision, like someone walking past the doorway. I'd jump up to see who it was, thinking it was Melissa, but she'd be in another room. Or we'd both be sitting on the couch and hear what sounded like footsteps in the hallway outside our bedroom. Then there were the smells. Random, disgusting odors would appear and disappear without explanation, like rotting meat or something burning, but we could never find the source. We checked for dead rodents in the walls, cleaning supplies left out, food gone bad, nothing. The smell would just be there, intensely, in one specific spot, and then gone an hour later. I didn't want to hang mirrors in the living room when we were decorating. Melissa thought it was weird because we had a nice large one that would open up the space. When she asked why, I couldn't give her a good reason. It just felt wrong. I made up some feng shui bullshit, but the truth was, I was afraid of what I might see in them. Not my reflection, something else's. About a month in, I noticed how drained I felt all the time. I'd leave for work feeling fine, have a productive day, and the exact moment, I walked back into apartment 201, it was like someone unplugged me. My energy would just disappear. I started dreading coming home, which made no sense because I'd been so excited about living with Melissa. That was when the fighting started. Melissa and I had never been big fighters. Sure, we'd disagreed on things before, but we were always good at talking it out. But in that apartment, we couldn't seem to stop arguing. Little things would set us off. Dishes in the sink, leaving lights on, the temperature of the apartment. Things we never would have cared about before. One night, after a particularly nasty argument about something so stupid I can't even remember what it was, I remember sitting on the edge of our bed and thinking, this isn't me. I don't act like this. It was like being a passenger in my own body, watching myself say harsh things I didn't mean. I apologized to Melissa, and she did the same, both of us confused about why we were so on edge all the time. The next day, we both made an effort to be extra nice to each other. We were having coffee in the kitchen when we heard it for the first time. Voices. Not clear words, but the unmistakable cadence of people arguing. It sounded like it was coming through the wall from the neighboring apartment. The problem? That unit had been vacant since we moved in. I knocked on their door just to be sure. No answer. The building manager confirmed later that no one was living there yet. We tried to brush it off as sound carrying weirdly from another floor, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. Around the 3-month mark, things escalated. We'd be watching TV, and the volume would suddenly max out, blaring at full blast, or all the lights in a room would flicker, even though we'd just replaced the bulbs. My laptop would shut down in the middle of work for no reason, even with a full battery. One evening, I came home to find Melissa sitting on the couch, staring at the wall. She looked like she hadn't moved for hours. When I asked her what was wrong, she just said, "I don't feel like myself here." That hit me hard, because it was exactly how I'd been feeling. We started spending more time outside the apartment. We'd go to coffee shops to work, eat dinner out more often, visit friends, anything to avoid being home. But we couldn't avoid it forever. The worst incident happened about 6 months in. I woke up around 3 a.m. with that feeling of being watched again, stronger than ever. I rolled over to check on Melissa, but she wasn't in bed. I called her name, no answer. I got up and found her standing in our living room in the dark, facing the corner. "Mel," I said, and when she turned around, her face looked wrong. Not physically different, but her expression was completely blank, like she wasn't really there. I asked her what she was doing, and she said she'd heard someone calling her name. We checked the whole apartment, but of course we were alone. At least that's what we could see. After that night, the shadows started. Not just movements in my peripheral vision anymore, but actual dark shapes moving across walls and ceilings. They were fast, blink and you'd miss them, but they were definitely there. Melissa saw them too, which was both validating and terrifying. The fighting got worse. We'd scream at each other over absolutely nothing, say horrible things we'd never said before, and every time we fought, the weird stuff would ramp up. More shadows, more unexplained noises, more electronic malfunctions. It was like the apartment was feeding off our negative energy. One night during a huge fight, all the cabinet doors in the kitchen flew open at once. We both stopped mid-sentence and stared. Neither of us was anywhere near the kitchen. We couldn't explain it away. That was the first time we actually talked about the possibility that something was wrong with the apartment, not just us. We started researching the building's history. It wasn't that old, built in the 70s, but we discovered there had been a suicide in our unit about 10 years back. A man had taken his own life after his wife left him. The previous tenants had only stayed 8 months before breaking their lease. The manager hadn't mentioned any of this, of course. By month 8, I was having regular nightmares. In them, I was always trapped in the apartment, but it would stretch on forever. Hallways extending into darkness, rooms that shouldn't exist. And there was always something following me that I couldn't quite see. I'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like I was being crushed. Melissa was having similar dreams. We considered moving, but we were locked into a year-long lease, and breaking it would have cost money we didn't have. So we tried to cope. We bought sage and tried to cleanse the apartment. We put salt in the corners of rooms like we read online. Nothing helped. Around month 10, I started hearing whispers when I was alone. Not clear words, just hushed, urgent murmuring that seemed to come from inside the walls. Sometimes it sounded like one voice, sometimes many. I never told Melissa about this because I was afraid she'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. The worst part wasn't the paranormal stuff, though. It was what that place was doing to us, to me. I didn't recognize myself anymore. I was angry all the time, suspicious, mean. Melissa and I, who had once talked about marriage, could barely stand to be in the same room. Whatever was in that apartment was poisoning us. About 2 weeks before our lease was up, I had what I can only describe as a breaking point. Melissa had gone to stay with her sister after another fight, and I was alone in the apartment. I was sitting on the couch when I heard someone whisper my name, clear as day, right behind me. I spun around, and for a split second I saw something, a dark figure, human-shaped but wrong somehow, too tall and too thin. Then it was gone. I ran out of the apartment with just my phone and wallet, spent the night in my car. The next day I called Melissa, and we both agreed we were done. We'd rather lose our security deposit than spend another night there. We packed our essential stuff in one day and never went back. I sent the keys to the property manager with a note saying we were out. The relief was immediate. It was like I could breathe again, think clearly again. Melissa and I are staying with friends while we figure out our next steps. We're talking again, really talking, not fighting. It's like we're ourselves again. But here's the thing that still keeps me up at night. If there was something supernatural in that apartment, and I'm now convinced there was, what was it doing to us? Was it feeding off our negative energy? Was it trying to make us hurt each other or ourselves? And how many other people has it affected? We drive by the building sometimes. There's a for rent sign in the window of apartment 201 again. I think about warning the next tenants, but what would I even say? Hey, there's something evil in there that will slowly turn you into someone you don't recognize. Who would believe that? I never believed in ghosts or spirits or any of that supernatural stuff before. I was the skeptic, the rational one. Now I don't know what to believe, except that there are things in this world we don't understand. And some places are just wrong. Whatever was in apartment 201, it's still there, waiting for someone new. Story 9. I've never shared this with anyone outside my closest friends. Even now, almost 10 years later, typing this makes my hands shake a little. I'm not even sure why I'm posting it, except maybe to see if anyone else experienced something similar or can explain what happened. I started college at Westfield State in the fall of 2013. Like most freshmen, I was nervous but excited about living away from home for the first time. When I got my housing assignment for Rogers Hall, I didn't think much of it. Just another brick dorm building on campus. I'd heard some whispers about it being haunted during orientation, but I rolled my eyes. Every college has that one supposedly haunted building, right? Just some stupid tradition to scare the freshmen. My roommate Tanya was nice enough. We weren't best friends or anything, but we got along fine. She was into psychology and always studying, while I was more into art and spent most of my time in the studio. We had different schedules, different friend groups, but managed to share our tiny room without killing each other. The first few weeks of classes were normal, adjusting to college life, figuring out where everything was on campus, dealing with homesickness. Then, during the third week of September, everything changed. A girl jumped from the roof of Rogers Hall. The administration tried to keep it quiet, but word spreads fast in a dorm. They called it an incident in the email they sent out, offering counseling services. 2 days later, another girl tried the same thing from a 6th-floor window. She survived but was badly injured. Within the next 2 weeks, 3 more girls attempted suicide by jumping. 5 girls, 5 jumpers in 3 weeks, all from our building. Campus police started patrolling more. They installed alarms on roof access doors. Counselors held emergency sessions in the common rooms. Parents were calling, freaking out. There were rumors about transferring students and lawsuits. Everyone was talking about it. Was there something in the water? A suicide pact? Or was it something else? That's when the whispers about Rogers Hall being haunted got louder. Students started sharing stories about weird experiences they'd had in the building. Cold spots in hallways, doors slamming when no one was there, voices in empty rooms. I didn't buy into it at first. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts. But then it happened to me. It was a Tuesday morning in early October, around 5:30 a.m. I remember because I had an 8 a.m. class, and my phone alarm was set for 6 a.m., but something woke me up before it went off. I sleep on the bottom bunk, and I wasn't wearing my glasses, so everything was just shapes and blurs. But I clearly saw someone standing in front of our TV. It was a girl with medium-length brown hair, wearing what looked like a grey sweatshirt and jeans. The weird thing was, she was just standing there, chewing on her sleeve. Not moving otherwise, just facing the blank TV screen. I figured it was Tanya. Maybe she couldn't sleep and was up early. I reached over to my desk to grab my glasses and turn on my lamp. It took maybe 3 seconds, tops. When I put my glasses on and looked back, there was nobody there. "Tanya!" I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet room. No answer. I climbed out of bed and looked up at the top bunk. There was Tanya, fast asleep, snoring slightly with her back to me. She was wearing a pink tank top, not a grey sweatshirt. My heart started pounding. I reached up and shook her shoulder. "Tanya, wake up." She groaned and rolled over. "What? What time is it?" "Were you just standing by the TV?" I asked. "What?" "No, I've been asleep." She squinted at me. "What's wrong with you?" "I saw someone standing in our room, a girl in a grey sweatshirt." That woke her up. She sat bolt upright, nearly hitting her head on the ceiling. "What the fuck, Emily? That's not funny." "I'm not joking, I swear I saw someone." We searched the room, which didn't take long since it was tiny. Checked the closet, under the beds, behind the door. Nothing. The door was still locked from the inside. The windows were sealed shut. They had been modified after the suicide attempts. "You were probably half asleep and imagined it," Tanya said, but she looked freaked out. I nodded, wanting to believe that, but I knew what I'd seen. Someone had been in our room. Later that day, I met my friend Kelly for lunch. She lived down the hall from us. As soon as she sat down, I could tell something was wrong. Her face was pale, and she kept looking over her shoulder. "You okay?" I asked. She leaned in close. "Something weird happened this morning." My stomach dropped. What kind of weird? I was in the bathroom around 6:15 washing my face. I heard the door open and saw someone walk in behind me in the mirror. I didn't think anything of it. Then I realized they went into one of the shower stalls but never turned the water on. I felt goosebumps rising on my arms. "What happened?" I called out, "Hey, you okay in there?" But no one answered. So I walked over and pushed the door open, and no one was there. Empty. But I swear I saw someone go in there. A girl. Couldn't really see much, just brown hair and maybe a grey top. My spoon clattered against my bowl. "Kelly, I saw the same thing in my room this morning. A girl with brown hair in a grey sweatshirt." We stared at each other. Neither of us knew what to say. That night we told Tanya and our other friends what had happened. Some of them believed us. Others thought we were just freaking ourselves out because of the suicide attempts. But over the next few days, more weird things started happening. The lights in our room would flicker for no reason. The temperature would suddenly drop in certain spots in the hallway. Once, I was alone in the room studying when I heard the distinct sound of footsteps crossing the floor, but no one was there. Another time, I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of a girl crying. I thought it was coming from the hallway, but when I checked, the hall was empty. When I got back to the room, the crying had stopped, but Tanya was sitting up in her bed, wide awake. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I nodded. "I thought it was coming from the hall. It sounded like it was right here in the room with us," she said. We didn't sleep much after that. The weirdest part was that we never saw the girl in the grey sweatshirt again. Not directly anyway, but we'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of our eyes. Sometimes I'd think I saw someone standing at the end of the hallway, but when I looked properly, no one was there. One night, a group of us were hanging out in the common room, talking about all the weird stuff happening in Rogers Hall. Someone brought up the history of the building. "Did you know this place used to be a psychiatric hospital in the 1950s? A guy named Derek said. "My dad went here in the 80s, and he said they used to tell stories about a patient who killed herself by jumping from the top floor." "Bullshit," someone else said. "Every dorm on every campus has some story like that." "I don't know," Kelly said quietly. 5 suicide attempts in 3 weeks is pretty unusual." "What if she's influencing them somehow?" I suggested. "The ghost or whatever." Some people laughed. Others looked uncomfortable. But I couldn't shake the idea. What if this presence was somehow making these girls want to jump? I started researching the history of Rogers Hall. There wasn't much online, but I went to the campus library and dug through old newspapers and yearbooks. What I found didn't exactly confirm the psychiatric hospital story, but Rogers Hall was built in 1954, and there were records of a student death in 1973, a girl named Margaret Elkins who fell from the roof. The article called it an apparent suicide, but didn't give many details. Then in 1986, another student jumped, and again in 1997, 2003, and now 2013. Every 10 to 15 years, there was a cluster of suicide attempts in Rogers Hall. The administration had covered it up each time, writing it off as coincidence or contagion effect. But the pattern was undeniable. I showed my findings to Tanya and Kelly. We were sitting in our room, the door locked, voices low. "So what are you saying?" Tanya asked. "That this ghost or whatever comes back every decade or so to make people kill themselves?" "I don't know," I admitted. "It sounds crazy, but the girl I saw, she seemed so sad just standing there. And why the grey sweatshirt? Why did both Kelly and I see her?" "Maybe it's not that she wants them to die," Kelly suggested. Maybe she's trying to recreate her own death over and over. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept thinking about the girl in the gray sweatshirt. Margaret? Was that her name? Was she trapped here, reliving her death through others? Around 2 a.m., I heard a soft thump from the hallway, then another. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving past our door. I glanced up at Tanya's bunk. She was asleep. Should I wake her? The footsteps continued, then stopped right outside our door. I held my breath, staring at the thin strip of light under the doorway. A shadow blocked it momentarily, as if someone was standing there. Then I heard something that still gives me nightmares. A soft scratching at the door, not like someone trying to get in, but more like fingers dragging slowly across the wood. Scratch, scratch, scratch. My entire body went cold. I wanted to scream, but my voice was frozen in my throat. The scratching continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute. Then it stopped. I lay there, too terrified to move, for at least half an hour. Finally, I worked up the courage to get out of bed. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. I crept to the door and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Taking a deep breath, I looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty. When I opened the door the next morning, there were 3 long scratch marks on the outside of our door, about the height where a hand would naturally rest. After that night, things escalated. More students reported seeing or hearing strange things. A girl on the 4th floor said she woke up feeling like someone was sitting on her chest, pressing down until she couldn't breathe. A guy claimed he saw a girl in a grey sweatshirt walk through a closed door. The RAs tried to calm everyone down, saying it was just stress and people feeding off each other's fears. But I could tell even they were spooked. The administration finally took action after the 5th suicide attempt. They brought in counselors and psychiatrists, tested the water, checked the building for gas leaks or mold. Anything that could explain the bizarre behavior. They found nothing. Then, 3 weeks after it all started, the incident stopped as suddenly as they'd begun. No more suicide attempts. No more sightings of the girl in the grey sweatshirt. Life in Rogers Hall slowly returned to normal. People stopped talking about ghosts and hauntings. The extra security measures were gradually phased out. By Thanksgiving break, it was almost like nothing had happened. But I knew better. Something had been in that building with us. Something had walked through our rooms, scratched at our doors, and somehow influenced those girls to try to end their lives the same way Margaret Elkins had ended hers decades earlier. I never saw the girl in the grey sweatshirt again after that morning in October. Neither did Kelly. We stayed in Rogers Hall for the rest of the year. Housing was limited, and transferring mid-year wasn't really an option. But we were both quick to apply for different housing sophomore year. Before we moved out in May, I went to the spot where I had first seen her, standing in front of our TV. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I spoke to her, just in case she was still there, still watching. "I hope you find peace," I whispered. "Please don't come back." That was almost 10 years ago. As far as I know, there haven't been any more suicide clusters in Rogers Hall. Maybe she's gone for good, or maybe she's just waiting. Every decade or so, the pattern suggests. I drive by my old campus sometimes, and I always find myself slowing down when I pass Rogers Hall. From the outside, it looks like any other dorm, just a boring brick building full of students living their lives, studying, partying, making memories. But I know what happened there. I know what I saw. And I can't help but wonder if in a few years another freshman will wake up early one morning and see a girl with medium brown hair standing in their room, wearing a grey sweatshirt, chewing on her sleeve, waiting to be noticed. Story 10. I've never shared this with anyone except my boyfriend Sam, but after what happened yesterday, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or has an explanation, because I honestly can't stop thinking about it. For context, I'm 7 months pregnant with our first baby, due in May, and Sam moved in with me about 4 months ago. We're both no strangers to weird stuff. I've lived in places with unexplained noises before, and Sam swears his childhood home had something living in the attic. I've always been a bit sensitive to energies too. My mum calls it being clairvoyant, which sounds dramatic, but I've had dreams that came true, and sometimes just know things before they happen. Nothing major, just little things like knowing who's calling before checking my phone, or having a strong feeling about taking a different route home, only to find out later there was an accident on my usual way. I've lived in this apartment for 3 years now, and it's always felt safe, peaceful. Even when I had those nightmare neighbors upstairs for the first couple years, who fought constantly and stomped around at 3 a.m., the actual energy of my place remained calm. It's just a simple 2-bedroom with 1 bathroom, nothing fancy, but it's home. The bathroom is right between the master bedroom and what will be the nursery, with the living room and kitchen on the other side of the apartment. Everything started happening about a week before Halloween. At first, it was small stuff that I brushed off. I was grabbing my deodorant from my work bag while sitting at the kitchen table, and I swear it physically lifted up and then dropped back into my bag. The bag wasn't moving at all. It was sitting flat on the table. I figured maybe I was seeing things or there was some logical explanation. The next day, I was washing dishes and had just finished putting the silverware in the dish rack to dry. I turned away to wipe down the counter and suddenly heard the distinct sound of the forks and spoons clinking together like someone had bumped the rack. When I turned around, nothing was there, and Sam was in the living room watching TV. I didn't mention these incidents to Sam right away because they seemed so minor. But then, 2 nights ago, he was walking out of the kitchen when a bottle of cleaning spray literally flew off the top of our refrigerator. Not like it was knocked over. It launched sideways about 3 feet before hitting the wall. There was no way it could have just fallen. No windows were open, no fans were on. Nothing could explain it. That's when Sam finally told me he thought he might have brought something with him when he moved in. Apparently strange things have happened around him since he was a kid. Items disappearing and reappearing in odd places, unexplained sounds, that sort of thing. He seemed almost apologetic, like whatever this was had followed him to my previously peaceful apartment. But here's what's weird. Our pets aren't reacting at all. We have 3 dogs and 4 cats. Yes, I know it's a lot, but I couldn't say no to any of them. And normally they're super sensitive to everything. My oldest dog, Bo, goes absolutely ballistic if there's so much as a raccoon outside at night. But during all these weird occurrences, nothing. They don't perk up their ears. They don't stare at empty corners. They don't growl or hiss. They just continue being their normal selves. Yesterday's when things escalated, though. I had the day off work and was home alone. Sam had left for his shift at the hospital around 6 a.m., and I was enjoying a lazy morning. Around 10, I decided to take a shower. Our bathroom is pretty basic. Standard tub-chock shower combo, toilet, and a pedestal sink with a medicine cabinet above it. The only window is small, frosted, and about 7 feet up the wall, impossible to reach without a ladder. I started the water, undressed, and stepped into the shower. Everything was fine for the first few minutes. I was just standing under the water, enjoying the warmth and thinking about what color we should paint the nursery. The bathroom was steaming up, which I like because it makes the shower feel cozier somehow. As I reached for my shampoo, I noticed something odd about the steam on the shower door. Usually it fogs up pretty evenly, but there was a clear spot about the size of a hand, like someone had wiped it. I figured maybe I had brushed against it without realizing, so I went back to washing my hair. That's when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks on the bathroom door, not like the building settling or pipes knocking. These were deliberate, like someone using their knuckles. Knock, knock, knock. "Sam," I called out, thinking maybe he'd come home early. No answer. I rinsed my hair quickly and turned the water off, suddenly feeling exposed. I grabbed my towel and wrapped it around myself. then cracked the bathroom door open. The hallway was empty. I checked the entire apartment, front door still locked with the chain on, all windows closed, no one there. My heart was racing, but I told myself it must have been something from one of the neighboring apartments. I went back to the bathroom to finish getting ready. As I wiped the steam from the mirror over the sink to do my skincare routine, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. Behind the regular steam fog was what looked like words, as if someone had written in the condensation before I even got in the shower. It said, "Happy birthday, N. My birthday is in 3 days, and my name starts with N." I stepped back, nearly slipping on the tile floor. The thing is, the mirror had been completely clear when I got in the shower. And nobody calls me just N, not even Sam. But my dad used to, before he passed away 19 years ago. He died just 2 days before my birthday when I was a kid. I took a picture of it with my phone, my hands shaking. By the time I looked back at the mirror, the writing was fading as the steam dissipated. I quickly got dressed and went to sit in the living room, trying to calm down. The dogs were all napping peacefully in their beds, and 2 of the cats were sunbathing by the window. If there was something threatening in the apartment, surely they would sense it. Around noon, I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, still shaken but trying to distract myself, when I heard footsteps in the hallway leading to the bathroom. Heavy, shuffling footsteps, like someone wearing work boots. I froze, not daring to look up at first. When I finally did, I saw nothing, but the footsteps continued, right past me, toward the kitchen. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper. The footsteps stopped. Then the bathroom door slammed shut with such force that one of the pictures fell off the living room wall. I jumped up, ready to run for the front door. When the bathroom door opened again, slowly this time, creaking on its hinges, that's when I noticed the smell, a familiar aftershave that I hadn't smelled in years. My dad's aftershave. Old Spice mixed with something else I could never identify. The scent wafted through the apartment for just a few seconds before disappearing. Against my better judgment, I walked to the bathroom doorway. The light was off, but I could see something shimmering in the mirror. Not a figure, more like a distortion, as if the air itself was bending. And it was cold, so cold I could see my breath, even though it was over 70 degrees in the rest of the apartment. Suddenly, the bathroom faucet turned on full blast, the handle turning itself. Water splashed into the sink, and I noticed it wasn't running clear. It had a rusty tinge to it. I stood there, unable to move, as the water ran for about 30 seconds before shutting off just as abruptly. I backed away, bumping into the wall behind me. That's when I heard more knocking. Not on the bathroom door this time, but on the walls themselves. 3 knocks, pause, 3 more knocks, moving around the apartment as if something was circling me. I managed to grab my phone and keys and ran outside to sit in my car until Sam got home. I called him, but he was in surgery and couldn't answer. I didn't know what else to do, so I just sat there, watching my apartment window, half expecting to see a face staring back at me. When Sam finally got home around 7 p.m., I was still in the car. I told him everything, and he looked worried but not surprised. We went back in together, and everything was normal. No cold spots, no strange smells, nothing out of place except for the picture that had fallen. Sam thinks it might be my dad trying to reach out, especially with my birthday coming up. He pointed out that nothing felt malicious. Scary, yes, but not threatening. And he reminded me that this is the first birthday since my dad died that I've been truly happy. New relationship, baby on the way, stable job. Maybe my dad just wanted to be part of it somehow. I showed Sam the photo I took of the mirror, but when I opened my gallery, the image was completely blurred, like I'd moved while taking it. You can't make out any words at all. We slept in the living room last night, both of us too unnerved to use the bedroom with its adjoining bathroom. Nothing else happened, but I keep thinking about what I saw and heard. This morning, I went into the bathroom to get ready for work, and everything was completely normal. The only thing out of place was my dad's old watch. which I keep in my jewelry box in the bedroom, sitting on the edge of the sink. I've checked the watch 1,000 times today. It stopped at 9:43, the time my dad died 19 years ago. I'm writing this now from my lunch break at work, and I honestly don't know what to think. Was it really my dad? Is something following Sam? Is it because of Halloween and the thinning veil people talk about? Or am I just pregnant and stressed and imagining things? All I know is I'm going home after work, and I'm saging the entire apartment, especially that bathroom. I'll update if anything else happens, but for now I just needed to get this out. Has anyone else experienced something similar? Am I just hormonal and imagining things? I don't think so, but I wish I had some kind of explanation. The watch is still in my purse. It's been stopped at the same time for 19 years, and no matter how many times I've changed the battery, it never runs. But just now, as I was writing this, I felt it vibrate against my leg through my purse. When I checked it, the second hand was moving. It's ticking for the first time in 19 years, and I don't know whether to be comforted or terrified. And Story 11. I still can't believe I'm finally writing this down. I've kept this to myself for over 20 years, only telling a few close friends who probably thought I was making it up. I wasn't. I know what I saw that night, and I've spent half my life trying to rationalize it away. This happened when I was around 10 years old. My family had moved to a small house in Northern California, about 30 minutes outside of Sacramento. It was a pretty rural area, lots of oak trees, rolling hills, and not many neighbors. The property wasn't anything special, just a modest 3-bedroom ranch-style house my parents could afford on my dad's construction salary. What I didn't know until years later was that our house sat directly across from what was apparently a Native American burial ground. There were dense oak forests surrounding the area, and during the day it was beautiful. At night, though, it felt different. The layout of our house is important to understand what happened. I shared a bedroom with my 2 younger siblings. I had the twin bed near the door, while they shared the bunk beds against the far wall. Our room was at the end of a hallway, and from my bed I could see directly out the doorway into the dim corridor. That night I remember it was unusually warm for spring. We had the windows cracked, and I could hear crickets chirping outside. My siblings were already fast asleep, my brother snoring lightly from the top bunk, my sister curled up on the bottom. I was still awake because I'd been reading with a flashlight under my covers, some Goosebumps book that, ironically, I thought was too tame to actually scare me. It must have been around 11:30 p.m. when I turned off my flashlight. I remember checking the little digital clock on our shared nightstand and thinking I was going to be tired for school the next day. The house was completely silent, except for the hum of the refrigerator down the hall and my siblings' steady breathing. I was lying on my side, facing the doorway, just starting to drift off, when something caught my eye. It's hard to describe the feeling, that instinctive alertness that floods your body when you sense something isn't right. At first, I thought maybe my dad was checking on us, which he sometimes did before going to bed. But what I saw peering around the corner of my doorframe wasn't my dad. I froze completely. You know how people talk about fight or flight? Well, there's a third response they don't mention as often. Freeze. And that's what happened to me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even blink. All I could do was stare at the thing that was looking back at me. At first, I only saw part of a face peering around the doorframe. The hallway had a small nightlight plugged into the baseboard, so there was just enough illumination to see. The face was red, not like sunburned human skin, but a deep, unnatural crimson. Its eyes were what captured me immediately. They seemed to glow slightly, fixed directly on me with an intensity I've never experienced before or since. Then it started to reveal itself more, slowly sliding more of its face into view. That's when I saw the grin. God, that grin. Its mouth stretched wider than any human mouth could, curling at the edges in a way that made my stomach drop. The teeth weren't particularly sharp or monstrous. They were almost human-like, but the smile itself was wrong. It was like it was amused by my terror. As it continued to reveal itself, I could see it had two horns protruding from its forehead. They weren't massive like you'd see on a bull, more like short, thick protrusions that curved slightly. The creature stood about 5'7" tall. I know because its height lined up with a mark on our door frame where my mum had measured my uncle during a family visit. The whole time, it just stared at me, making direct eye contact, not blinking, not making any noise, just grinning that terrible grin and watching my fear. I remember feeling like I couldn't breathe, like the air had become thick. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. I wanted to scream for my parents, but my voice was trapped somewhere deep in my chest. This standoff felt like it lasted forever, though realistically it was probably only 15-20 seconds. Then, still maintaining eye contact with me, it slowly slid back around the corner, disappearing from view. I stayed frozen, staring at the empty doorway, straining to hear footsteps or movement, but there was nothing. Absolute silence. After what felt like hours, I somehow found the courage to pull my blanket over my head. I stayed that way until morning, not sleeping, barely breathing, listening for any sound of it returning. My siblings slept through the whole thing, completely undisturbed. When morning came, I was exhausted and shaky. I told my mom I'd had a nightmare, but I didn't tell her what I'd seen. Even at that age, I knew how crazy it would sound. She let me stay home from school that day, attributing my pale face and trembling hands to a possible fever. For years afterward, I slept with my back to the wall, never facing the doorway. I kept a flashlight under my pillow. I developed elaborate bedtime rituals that I believed would keep me safe. Specific prayers, counting to certain numbers, arranging my stuffed animals in protective formations around me. Looking back, it was clearly childhood OCD triggered by trauma, but at the time, I thought these rituals were the only things keeping that thing from coming back. As I got older, I convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid nightmare or a hallucination brought on by reading scary stories too late at night. I told myself that the mind can play tricks, especially a child's mind in a dark room. By high school, I'd mostly buried the memory. Then, when I was about 20, I was in my college dorm room browsing the internet late one night. For some reason, maybe I'd seen something that triggered the memory. I decided to search smiling red demon. I wasn't expecting anything specific to come up. What I found made my blood run cold. There on my screen were images of Japanese oni, red-faced demons with horns, often depicted with wide, menacing grins. They looked exactly like what I had seen that night. The same red face, the same unnatural grin, the same horns. I felt like I was going to throw up. My roommate found me white as a sheet, staring at my computer screen, barely able to speak. I spent the next several days in a research hole, learning everything I could about oni. They're figures from Japanese folklore, malevolent demons or trolls that punish the wicked. But what really got to me was learning that oni are often depicted as hiding behind things, gates, corners, doors, before revealing themselves to humans. Some accounts describe them as enjoying the fear they cause, feeding off it somehow. My family has no Japanese heritage. We had no Japanese neighbors. At age 10, I had zero exposure to Japanese culture or mythology. I grew up in a rural area with little diversity, watching American cartoons and reading American books. There is absolutely no way I could have known what an oni was or what it looked like before that night. So how did I see one? I'm 36 now. I've got a law degree, a successful career as a corporate attorney, a mortgage. I'm the kind of person who deals in facts, evidence, precedent. I've spent my adult life in a profession that values logical thinking and rational explanations. And yet, I still can't explain what I saw that night. The only theory that makes any sense to me is that the burial ground across from our house somehow connected to something beyond our normal reality. I've learned that many Native American traditions speak of thin places, locations where the boundary between worlds is permeable. Maybe that was such a place. I've also wondered about the timing. Why did it show itself to me? Over the years, I've come to believe that it wasn't there to harm me. I was a child, still innocent in many ways. Maybe it was simply curious. Or maybe it wanted to reveal itself to demonstrate that there are things in this world beyond our understanding. A warning, perhaps, or just its own form of amusement. Sometimes I wonder if I could summon it if I tried, if I went back to that house, stood in my old bedroom and waited for it in the dark. But the thought makes my skin crawl. Whatever connection allowed it to reveal itself to me that night, I have no interest in re-establishing it. I'm married now, with a child of my own on the way. We live in a modern apartment in the city, about as far from that rural house as you can get. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and find myself staring at our hallway, half expecting to see that crimson face peering around the corner. I never do, but the fear hasn't completely left me. I've never told my wife the full story. How do you tell someone you love that you saw a demon from Japanese folklore in rural California when you were a kid? That you're certain it was real, not a dream or hallucination? It sounds insane, even to me sometimes. But then I remember those eyes, that grin, the slow, deliberate way it revealed itself to me, taking pleasure in my terror. And I know what I saw, the strangest part. Sometimes, in quiet moments, I find myself feeling not just fear when I remember it, but also a strange sort of privilege. How many people go through life never knowing for certain that there's more to existence than what we can easily explain? I know. I've seen it with my own eyes. But that knowledge comes with a cost. I still check behind doors in unfamiliar places. I still sleep with a light on when my wife is away on business. And I still wonder, almost daily, if it's out there somewhere, revealing itself to another frightened child, grinning that terrible grin, and I wonder if it remembers me too. Story 12. I've never written this down before. It's been 2 years since it happened, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. I'm not a spiritual person, never have been. I don't believe in ghosts, don't read horoscopes, and generally think there's a scientific explanation for most things. But what happened that night on the Sawmill Parkway has shaken my worldview in ways I never expected. Back in 2010, I met Sam. We clicked instantly. I remember the day so clearly. We were both leaving a coffee shop in White Plains when this massive deer came bolting across Central Avenue, narrowly missing traffic, in the middle of an urban area. We both stood there shocked, and Sam joked, "Well, that's some kind of sign, don't you think?" We laughed about it for years afterward, how that deer had somehow brought us together. For 6 years, Sam was my rock. I won't get into all the details of our relationship, but it was the kind where you feel like you've found your other half. Then in 2016, without any warning I could recognize, Sam died by suicide. The grief was... I don't even have words for it. If you've lost someone this way, you know what I'm talking about. It's not just sadness, it's guilt, confusion, anger, this cocktail of emotions that physically hurts. I felt like someone had cut away part of me. For months, I barely functioned. I'd go to work, come home, and just sit in silence. I couldn't even cry anymore after a while. During those first couple of years, I'd have these incredibly vivid dreams where Sam and I would talk. They felt so real that I'd wake up, and for a split second I'd think everything was normal again. In these dreams, we'd just have normal conversations about work, about the shows we used to watch together, about nothing important. Sometimes Sam would tell me, "I'm okay now," and I'd feel better for a day or two. but I always rationalized these dreams as my brain's way of coping, just my subconscious giving me what I needed to keep going. By 2022, 6 years had passed. The sharp edges of grief had dulled somewhat. I had moved to a different apartment, made some new friends, even started dating again, though nothing serious. I still thought about Sam every day, but the thoughts weren't always painful anymore. Sometimes I could remember the good times and actually smile. On November 12th, 2022, I was driving home around 9:30 p.m. on the Sawmill Parkway. If you're not familiar with it, it's this winding highway that cuts through Westchester County in New York. It's always busy, even at night, and it's not the kind of place you'd expect to see wildlife. It had been a normal Saturday. I'd gone to the gym, met a friend for lunch, did some grocery shopping, nothing special. I was tired and looking forward to getting home. I had the radio on, some top 40 station, and was half singing along to whatever was playing. The parkway was moderately busy that night, with cars zooming by in both directions. The road was well lit in some sections, but there were darker stretches between the streetlights. I was in one of those darker patches when I noticed something ahead. A deer was walking, not running, not bolting, but calmly walking, across the highway. I immediately slowed down, concerned about hitting it, but also struck by how bizarrely calm this animal was. It wasn't panicked by the traffic or the lights. It just strolled across like it had all the time in the world. Cars were swerving around it, honking, but the deer maintained this eerie composure. As I watched it disappear into the woods on the other side, a memory flashed through my mind. That deer from the day I met Sam. It was such a specific detail from our relationship, something I hadn't thought about in years. That's when it happened. The air in my car suddenly changed. It's hard to explain, but it was like all the oxygen had been sucked out in an instant. My ears popped as if I'd changed altitude rapidly. The temperature seemed to drop, though I can't be sure if it actually did or if that was just my perception. Every single hair on my body stood up, not like a normal chill. This was full-on, electrified feeling goosebumps that started at my neck and spread down to my ankles in a wave. My heart began pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. But the worst part, I knew with absolute certainty that I was no longer alone in my car. There was a presence in the passenger seat beside me. I couldn't see it. I was too terrified to look, but I could feel it. Have you ever had someone stand directly behind you, not touching you, but close enough that you can sense them there? It was like that, but 1,000 times more intense. The music on my radio either stopped or my brain stopped processing it. To this day, I don't know which. The car felt pressurized, like being deep underwater. My hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. Somehow, I managed to keep driving, though I have no idea how I didn't crash. In the silence, as clear as if someone had spoken directly into my ear, I heard, "I have to go." It wasn't an audible voice, it wasn't my thoughts, it was something in between. But I knew immediately who it was. I knew it was Sam. My mouth was dry, my throat tight with fear, but somehow I managed to think, not speak, a response. "Okay." And just like that, it was over. The pressure lifted, the air returned to normal, the radio was playing again. Or maybe I just started hearing it again. The sensation of a presence vanished completely. I was alone in my car, driving down the Sawmill Parkway like nothing had happened. I pulled over at the next opportunity, a small rest area about a mile down the road. My whole body was shaking so badly I could barely put the car in park. I sat there for almost an hour, trying to process what had just happened. It wasn't like the dreams I'd had before. Those had been comforting, familiar. This was terrifying. The presence I felt wasn't malevolent, but it wasn't the friendly ghost you might expect from a loved one reaching out. It was powerful, overwhelming, almost cosmic in how it distorted reality around me. And what did "I have to go" mean? Where was Sam going? If there is an afterlife, why was Sam only going somewhere now, 6 years after death? Had Sam been here somehow all this time? I've replayed that night in my head 1,000 times. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I fell asleep at the wheel briefly and dreamed it all. Maybe it was some kind of stress-induced hallucination. Maybe the deer triggered memories of Sam that caused my brain to create this experience. But none of those explanations feel right. What I felt in that car was more real than anything I've ever experienced. It was visceral, physical. My entire body responded to whatever was happening. Since that night, I haven't had any more dreams about Sam, not a single one. After years of regular dream visits, they stopped completely after that night on the parkway. I've tried researching similar experiences. I've read about grief hallucinations, about how people sometimes sense their departed loved ones. But most of those accounts describe comforting experiences. Feeling a hand on their shoulder, smelling a familiar perfume, hearing a laugh. None of them talk about the raw, primal fear I felt, or the physical sensation of all the air being sucked from a space. I've also looked into stories about animals as messengers between worlds. In many cultures, deer specifically are seen as creatures that can move between the realms of the living and the dead. I never gave any credence to that kind of thing before, but now I'm not so sure. The timing is what gets to me the most. 6 years to the month after Sam's death. 6 years after I started having those dreams, and the connection to how we met. That first deer that Sam joked was some kind of sign. Was that second deer actually a messenger? A signal that Sam was finally moving on to wherever souls go? And if so, why did Sam need to tell me? Why was that goodbye so important that it literally warped reality around me for those few moments? I'm still not a particularly spiritual person. I don't talk about this with many people because I know how it sounds. I've never experienced anything like it before or since, but I know what I felt. I know something was in my car with me that night. I know I heard those words, and I know that something fundamental changed in that moment. Sometimes I drive that stretch of the Sawmill Parkway intentionally, hoping to see another deer, hoping for, I don't even know what, some kind of confirmation or explanation, I guess. But there's never been anything unusual there since. I still think about Sam every day, but differently now. Before that night, my thoughts were tinged with questions. Could I have done something differently? Were there signs I missed? Now those questions have been replaced with different ones. Where did Sam go? What happens after we die? Is there really something beyond this life? I don't have answers. I probably never will. All I know is that on a normal Saturday night in November, something impossible happened to me on a busy highway in Westchester County. And that impossibility has changed everything I thought I knew about life, death, and what might exist in between. The deer, the presence, those 4 words, I have to go, and my simple response, okay. A goodbye that took 6 years to happen, delivered through a messenger I never would have expected, in a way I still can't explain. Story 13. I've always been a logical person. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or anything supernatural. But what happened to me 3 nights ago in my bedroom in Blackwood has completely messed with my head, and I honestly don't know how to explain it. I'm still shaking as I type this. My boyfriend Jake and I moved into our apartment about 6 months ago. It's nothing special, just a small 2-bedroom place in an older building. The rent is cheap, the neighbors are quiet, and until now, we've had 0 issues. That night started like any other. We had dinner, watched some Netflix, and headed to bed around 11:30. I usually sleep on my side, facing away from Jake because he snores sometimes. But that night I was on my back, just staring at the ceiling. I couldn't fall asleep right away because my mind was racing with thoughts about my mom. We'd had an argument earlier that day, and I was replaying our conversation over and over. We always keep this small table lamp on in the corner of our bedroom. It's one of those soft, yellowish lights that isn't too bright, but provides enough light that I don't trip over anything if I need to get up to use the bathroom. Jake can sleep through anything, but I've never liked complete darkness. Not since I was a kid. I must have been lying there for at least an hour, just thinking and staring at the ceiling. My eyes were getting heavy, and I was finally drifting off, when suddenly the lamp flickered and went out. At first I thought the bulb had just died or something. I remember being annoyed because I'd have to get up and change it in the morning. But then this weird feeling washed over me, this heavy, oppressive feeling like someone was pushing down on my chest. The room wasn't completely dark because we had some light coming in from the street lamps outside, but it was still pretty dim. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something in the corner of the room. At first, it was just a dark shape, and I figured it was just the lamp or maybe a pile of clothes we'd left on the chair. But then, God, I can still see it so clearly. The shape started to take form. It was a woman, or at least it looked like a woman. She was standing completely still in the corner where the lamp had been. Her hair was pitch black and hung down over her face, but I could still make out her features. Her skin was so pale it almost glowed in the darkness. But her face wasn't right. It was like someone had taken normal facial features and twisted them slightly. Her eyes were too far apart, her mouth was too wide, and her skin looked almost melted in places. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I tried to move, to wake Jake up, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. It was like I was completely paralyzed. All I could do was lie there and stare at this thing. And then it started to move, not walking or anything, just its head. It started rotating its head in this jerky, unnatural way. Each time it moved, I heard this awful cracking sound like bones breaking. The head rotated way further than any human neck could possibly turn, and with each rotation, its gaze never left mine. Then it smiled at me. Its mouth opened way too wide, revealing teeth that were stained with what looked like blood, and there was blood coming from its eyes too, running down its distorted face. The blood was black in the darkness, but I knew what it was. I kept telling myself this wasn't real. It couldn't be real. I must be dreaming or having some kind of sleep paralysis. I'd read about sleep paralysis before, how people see terrifying things and can't move. That had to be what was happening. Wake up, I kept thinking, wake up! But I couldn't. I was trapped there, staring at this bloody-faced woman who was staring right back at me. Jake was right beside me, breathing softly, completely unaware of what was happening. I tried so hard to reach over and shake him, to scream his name, but my body just wouldn't cooperate. I couldn't even close my eyes to shut out the image of that thing in our bedroom. I don't know how long I was trapped like that. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. The figure never moved from its spot in the corner, just kept rotating its head and smiling that bloody smile at me. And then suddenly the lamp turned back on. I gasped for air like I'd been underwater. My whole body jerked and I could finally move again. I immediately turned to Jake and started shaking him. "Jake! Jake, wake up!" I was practically screaming. He groaned and rolled over, squinting at me in the lamplight. "What? What's wrong?" he mumbled. I was hyperventilating, pointing frantically at the corner of the room where the figure had been. "There's someone in here. There's a woman in the corner." Jake sat up and looked where I was pointing. "Aiming, there's nothing there. You were having a nightmare." No, she's right there," I insisted. I could still see her clear as day, standing in the corner. The lamp was on now, but she was still there, watching me with those blood-filled eyes. Jake turned on his phone flashlight and shined it around the room. "See? Nothing. The room's empty. It was just a bad dream." but it wasn't empty. She was still there, and I could see her. I started rocking back and forth, completely panicking. Jake put his arms around me, trying to calm me down, telling me everything was okay, but I couldn't stop staring at the corner where she stood, rocking and smiling and bleeding. And then, this is the part that still makes no sense to me, I felt a violent jerk, like someone had yanked me upward. My whole body shuddered, and suddenly I was gasping for air again. I opened my eyes, had they been closed, and looked around the room. The lamp was still on, just like it had been when we went to bed. Jake was still asleep beside me, not awake and comforting me like he had been moments ago, and the corner of the room was empty. No bloody-faced woman. Nothing. I was so confused. Had I dreamed the whole thing? The figure waking Jake up, all of it. It had felt so real, but now Jake was soundly asleep, not concerned or comforting me at all. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was covered in sweat, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and put on some music with my earbuds. Just some soft piano stuff to try and calm myself down. I didn't want to wake Jake if it had all been just a nightmare. It took me forever to fall back asleep. I kept staring at that corner, terrified she would reappear. I must have finally dozed off around 4 a.m. When Jake's alarm went off at 7, I was still exhausted. He got up to shower, and I just lay there trying to process what had happened. When he came back into the bedroom, I told him about my nightmare. I had this horrible dream that there was some woman standing in the corner of our room, I explained, expecting him to simply sympathize or maybe tease me a little about watching too many horror movies. But the look on his face stopped me cold. "That wasn't a dream, Aiming," he said slowly. "You woke me up in the middle of the night. You were pointing at the corner and hyperventilating. I tried to calm you down, but you kept insisting there was someone there." My blood ran cold. "What? But you went back to sleep. You never woke up." Jake looked confused. "What are you talking about? I was up with you for at least 20 minutes. You were really freaked out. Don't you remember? I turned on my phone flashlight and everything. I felt sick. If Jake really had woken up and tried to comfort me, then what was that second waking up I experienced? When was I actually asleep, and when was I awake?" "What time was this?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "I don't know, maybe 2 a.m. You eventually calmed down and said you were fine, so I went back to sleep. You don't remember any of this?" I didn't know what to tell him. From my perspective, I'd experienced everything twice. Once where Jake woke up and tried to help me, and once where I really woke up and he was still asleep. But according to him, only the first scenario actually happened. Jake was worried about me and suggested I was probably just really tired and mixed up about what was dream and what was reality. He even joked that maybe I dreamed that I woke up from my nightmare. But that doesn't explain why I still saw the woman in the corner after Jake woke up and turned on his flashlight. It doesn't explain the second waking up I experienced, and it definitely doesn't explain the overwhelming sense of dread I still feel every time I look at that corner of our bedroom. I haven't been able to sleep well since then. I keep the lamp on all night now, and I've even put a small nightlight in that specific corner. Jake thinks I'm being ridiculous, but he doesn't understand. He didn't see what I saw. I've been researching sleep paralysis and night terrors, trying to find some logical explanation for what happened. The symptoms match up somewhat. The feeling of being unable to move, the hallucinations, the sense of dread. But everything I've read says that once you actually wake up, the hallucinations stop. Mine didn't. I was awake, Jake confirms I was awake, and I still saw her standing there. What really scares me is the thought of going to sleep tonight. What if she comes back? What if next time she doesn't just stand in the corner? What if she comes closer? I've never believed in the supernatural, but I don't know how else to explain what happened. Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? Was it something more? All I know is that every night since then, I've been sleeping on my side, facing Jake, with my back to that corner of the room. I can't bear the thought of opening my eyes and seeing her standing there again with her twisted face and bloody smile. I haven't told anyone else about this because I know how crazy it sounds, but I needed to get this off my chest. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? That bizarre overlap between nightmare and reality, where you're not sure which is which, because I'm starting to wonder if something is seriously wrong with me, or if something is seriously wrong with our apartment. I keep telling myself it was just a particularly vivid nightmare combined with sleep paralysis. But deep down, a part of me knows that whatever I saw that night was real, and I'm terrified it's going to come back. Story 14. I still can't fully process what happened during my time working at the Fright Night Haunt in Farlwood last fall. I've been sitting on this experience for months, debating whether to share it, but I need to get it out there. Maybe someone can make sense of what I experienced, because I sure as hell can't. I was between jobs and desperate for cash when I saw the ad for seasonal workers at this haunted house attraction. The pay was decent, $15 an hour to basically dress up and scare people. Easy money, right? The location caught my attention. They'd taken over the old Starlight Theatre, a rundown movie palace from the 50s that had been abandoned for at least a decade. As a kid growing up in Farlwood, I remembered seeing the "Coming Soon" sign that never changed, the peeling paint and those creepy Art Deco figures flanking the entrance. When I showed up for orientation, I met the owner, a guy named Marcus, who was clearly passionate about horror. He gave us the rundown on the haunt's theme, something about escaped asylum patients and revenge, but also casually mentioned the building's history. 2 people had died there, a patron back in the 60s, heart attack during a Hitchcock film, and more recently, a scare actor who worked the previous season. Apparently, the guy keeled over from a heart attack in the men's bathroom during a break. Marcus mentioned this like it was a selling point, saying the place had authentic haunted energy. Then he dropped another bomb. The theatre was built on land that used to be part of Pinewood Sanitarium's grounds in the early 1900s. According to local historians, there might be unmarked graves underneath. Great. I should have walked right then, but like I said, I needed the money. Setup week started 2 weeks before opening. My first day, I was paired with James, the tech manager, for a facility tour. James had worked haunts for years and had this nervous energy about him, constantly looking around corners, jumping at noises. Not exactly reassuring. The haunt was divided into different scenes throughout the building. The first floor had been converted into a maze of doctors' offices and bloody operating rooms. The upper level was themed as patient wards. But what grabbed me was the main theatre itself. They'd preserved it almost exactly as it had been, just adding some creepy details. The rows of faded velvet seats faced a massive screen, and there was this thick layer of dust everywhere that caught the light in an eerie way. The moment I stepped into that theatre space, I felt it. A sudden chill ran down my spine so intensely that I visibly shuddered. It wasn't just cold. It was like walking through a wall of ice. The hair on my arms stood straight up, and I got this overwhelming feeling of being watched from every direction. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you? Multiply that by 100. It felt like dozens of eyes were fixed on me. James noticed my reaction. "You felt it too, huh?" he said, not even questioning what it was. "This is one of the most spiritual parts of the building." He said spiritual like it was completely normal to have a ghost-infested theatre. I tried to laugh it off, but my voice came out shaky. Later that same day, James took me and 2 other new hires, Melissa and Ryan, up to the old projection booth. It was a cramped, dusty space with ancient equipment still sitting there, like the operators had just stepped out for lunch 30 years ago. We were checking out the space. It was going to be a mad scientist scene when we all heard it. A distinct clicking sound like someone rapidly flipping switches, followed by 3 loud knocks that seemed to come from inside the wall. James immediately called out, "Hello, Marcus, that you?" but there was no response. The four of us stood frozen, listening. The clicking started again, more insistent this time. Ryan laughed nervously. "Is that part of the effects?" James shook his head slowly. "The power to this section isn't even connected yet." We all but ran out of that room. When we mentioned it to Marcus later, he just smiled and said, "Looks like the old projectionist is still showing up for work." Like it was a joke. Everyone laughed, but nobody went back to that projection booth alone after that. The next week was a blur of setup. Painting props, installing special effects, learning our scare positions. I was assigned to the butcher's kitchen scene on the first floor, where I'd jump out at people from behind a bloody freezer door. Pretty standard stuff. But during breaks, I'd catch myself looking up at the ceiling, thinking about that theater room above me. Opening night finally arrived. We had a good crowd, about 200 people lined up outside. The energy was high, and I was actually having fun with my role. About halfway through the night, I needed to use the bathroom. We had specific break times, and I only had about 10 minutes, so I rushed to the staff restroom in the back of the building. This bathroom was the original men's room from when the theater operated. Old black and white tiles, those ancient metal stall dividers, the works. It was also freezing in there compared to the rest of the building. The haunted house didn't have proper heating or AC, just some portable units in the staff areas. But this bathroom felt like a walk-in freezer. I went into one of the stalls and was doing my business when I heard someone enter the stall next to mine. I didn't think much of it until I noticed the toilet flapper in that stall start to jiggle. I could see under the divider that there were no feet in the next stall, but that flapper was moving up and down like someone was repeatedly pressing it. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe someone was reaching over the top. No answer, but the movement stopped immediately. When I left my stall, I checked the one next to mine. Empty, completely empty. I mentioned it to Melissa during our next break, and she nodded like this was old news. "Oh yeah, bathroom ghost. Everyone's seen that. Jerry, the guy who died last year, that's where they found him. Some people think he's still hanging around." The following night was even busier. I was exhausted from being on my feet all day at my day job before coming to the haunt. Around 10 p.m., my scene partner called in sick, so I was handling the butcher's kitchen alone. It was a struggle. The timing is really important with two people, and I was messing up the scares. Marcus came by and told me to take a break and then move to the theater scene upstairs, since they were short-staffed there too. The theater scene was simple. It was supposed to be an undead audience watching a horror film. Most of the scares came from props and lighting, with just one actor, a guy named Ted, who would silently walk up and down the aisles, staring at guests. I headed upstairs to relieve Ted so he could take his break. The theater was set up with strobe lights and a grainy black and white film playing on the screen, something that looked like old asylum footage. As I entered, that same wall of cold hit me again. My breath fogged in front of my face, which was weird since it was actually a warm October night and the building was stuffy everywhere else. Ted was supposed to be waiting for me, but the theater seemed empty. I called out, "Ted, you in here, man?" My voice echoed against the high ceiling. No response. I figured he might have stepped out already, so I made my way down the center aisle to get into position. The strobe light made everything disorienting, catching the dust particles in the air and creating these weird suspended moments of visibility. The film on the screen cast flickering shadows across the seats. That's when I heard footsteps entering from the back of the theater. Heavy, deliberate steps on the carpeted floor. I turned, expecting to see Ted, and I caught a glimpse of a figure in the strobe light, just for a split second. Tall, wearing what looked like a uniform of some kind. "Ted?" I called again. "That you, dude?" The footsteps continued, getting closer. I couldn't see clearly with the strobes, just catching fragments of movement. "Ted, quit messing around, man. You're creeping me out." No answer, but the footsteps kept coming. Then they stopped, somewhere in the middle of the theater. I couldn't see anyone anymore, but I could feel a presence. That sensation of being watched was overwhelming. Just then, the walkie-talkie on my belt crackled to life, making me jump about a foot in the air. It was Marcus. "Hey, Ted just checked in with me downstairs. He said he couldn't find you to hand off. You in position yet?" My blood turned to ice. If Ted was downstairs, who the hell was in the theater with me? I backed toward the exit, unable to tear my eyes away from the rows of seats where I'd heard the footsteps stop. In the strobe light, I swear, I saw something shift, a shadow moving against the pattern of the flashing light, like someone turning their head to follow my movement. I probably should have played it cool, but screw that. I bolted out of that theater so fast, I nearly took the door off its hinges. I ran straight into Marcus, who was coming up to check on me. Whoa, what's going on?" he asked, grabbing my shoulders to steady me. I was breathing so hard I could barely speak. "There's someone in there. I heard footsteps. I thought it was Ted, but..." Marcus gave me this look, not disbelief, but something more like confirmation. "Show me," he said. We went back in together. The theater was empty. No mysterious figure, no footsteps. But that cold spot was still there, right in the middle of the center aisle, about 7 rows back from the screen. We both walked through it, and Marcus visibly shivered. "That's where Mr. Henderson died," he said quietly. "Heart attack during Psycho in 1963. Found slumped over in his seat right here. I didn't go back into that theater alone for the rest of the season. I made sure Ted and I switched places in the hallway outside, but the weirdness didn't stop there. Throughout my time at the haunt, I kept experiencing these inexplicable cold spots. I'd be sweating under my costume 1 minute, then suddenly shivering uncontrollably the next. There was no pattern to it. It would happen in different locations each time. The building had no AC or heating system that could explain these drastic temperature changes. Other staff had stories too. Ryan swore he saw a woman in a nurse's uniform in the upstairs hallway when no one was wearing that costume. Melissa's props would rearrange themselves between groups. James admitted that equipment would turn on and off by itself, even when disconnected from power sources. The clicking and knocking in the projection booth became such a regular occurrence that the tech crew started saying, "Morning, Jerry," whenever they entered, thinking it was the deceased actor. Maybe it was a coping mechanism, turning something terrifying into something almost companionable. The strangest part? None of us quit. We all just accepted it, like these paranormal experiences were part of the job description. Every single person who worked there for more than a few days experienced something they couldn't explain. We'd gather in the break room and swap ghost stories, only they weren't stories. They were things that had happened to us just hours earlier. One night near the end of the season, I was taking my break in the staff room when James sat down next to me looking shaken. "You okay?" I asked. He shook his head. "I was just in the basement checking the circuit breakers. I heard someone whispering my name right in my ear. I could feel their breath, man." I should have been freaked out by his story, but by that point, it seemed almost normal. "What did you do?" I said, "Not now, I'm busy," and kept working. He laughed, but there was no humor in it. "What the hell is wrong with us? Why are we still here?" I didn't have an answer then, and I don't have one now. All I know is that when I left that job after Halloween, something followed me home. Nothing dramatic, no full-body apparitions or objects flying across the room, just little things. The sound of footsteps in my hallway when I'm alone, doors I know I closed standing open in the morning. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear the faint sound of film clicking through a projector. Somewhere in the darkness of my apartment. I drive by the old Starlight Theatre sometimes. They've closed up the haunt for the season, but Marcus is already advertising for next Halloween. I wonder how many of last year's staff will return, knowing what waits for them inside. And the really messed up part, I'm considering it, because even though it terrified me, there's something about that place that gets under your skin, something that makes you want to go back, to understand it better. Or maybe whatever followed me home wants to return, and I'm just along for the ride. Story 15. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night. It's been over a year now, but I remember every detail like it was yesterday. I've been in therapy since then, and my psychiatrist says writing about it might help, so here goes. I was 17 at the time, living with my mom and stepdad in one of those ugly grey apartment blocks from communist times. If you're not from the Balkans, you probably can't picture these neighborhoods. Rows of identical concrete buildings, paint peeling off, graffiti everywhere. Our city has some nice areas, but our part of town definitely wasn't one of them. That night, I couldn't sleep. It was around 3:30 a.m. when I decided to sneak out to meet some friends to smoke weed behind the playground. I know it sounds stupid now, but that's what we did back then. My mom would have killed me if she knew I was going out that late, but I was restless and bored, and my friends were already waiting. I remember putting on my hoodie, grabbing my iPhone 7, and quietly slipping out of our apartment. The hallways in these buildings always smell like a mix of cabbage and cigarettes. The elevator wasn't working, it hardly ever did, so I took the stairs down 8 floors. Outside, the air was cold. Not freezing, but that kind of damp cold that gets under your skin. The streetlights in our neighborhood were a joke, half of them broken, the others giving off this weak yellow light that barely illuminated anything. I knew the way by heart, though, so I just started walking, hands in my pockets, hood up. I took the shortcut through the back of the buildings where there are these connected alleys. It's creepy even during daytime, but I'd walked that route 100 times before. I remember checking my phone, 3:48 a.m., and thinking I should hurry up because Marco and Ivana would be waiting. That's when I saw her. I was passing this narrow alley between 2 buildings when something caught my eye. A small figure standing in the shadows. At first I thought it was just trash bags or something, but then I realized it was a little girl. She was just standing there, holding a ball, completely still. My first thought was, what the hell is a kid doing outside at this hour? She looked maybe 8 or 10 years old. I couldn't see her face clearly in the darkness, but I could make out her silhouette. She was wearing what looked like a jacket, and she was just standing there. I should have kept walking. Every horror movie I've ever seen flashed through my mind, telling me to get the hell out of there. But I was worried about her. What if she was lost? What if something bad had happened? I couldn't just leave a little kid alone in this neighborhood at 4 a.m., so I approached her slowly. "Hey," I said, trying to sound gentle. "Are you okay? Where are your parents?" She didn't answer. She didn't move at all. I thought maybe she was scared of me, a random teenager in a hoodie approaching her in the middle of the night. I knelt down to seem less threatening. "What's your name?" I asked. "Do you live around here? I can help you get home." Still nothing. Just this blank stare. I couldn't see her face clearly, but I felt her eyes on me. I figured maybe I was scaring her. I probably looked sketchy with my bloodshot eyes. I had been gaming all night and was planning to smoke, so I'm sure I didn't look trustworthy. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight to show her my face, thinking it might make her less afraid. That's when things got weird. The light hit the spot where she had been standing, but she wasn't there anymore. Just empty space. I swung the light around thinking she must have moved, but the alley was completely empty. I even checked behind the dumpsters. Nothing. I stood there for a minute, confused. Had I imagined her? I'd been having trouble sleeping lately, and my mind sometimes plays tricks on me when I'm tired. I've dealt with anxiety before, so I thought maybe this was just my brain being weird. I decided to continue to meet my friends. They'd probably laugh when I told them I was seeing ghost children now. I kept walking, but something felt off. The silence felt heavier somehow. I could hear my own footsteps echoing slightly between the buildings, but then I started hearing something else. More footsteps behind me. I stopped. The extra footsteps stopped too, just a split second after mine. I turned around quickly, shining my phone light behind me. Empty street. "Hello?" I called out. Nothing. I started walking again, faster this time, and there they were again. Light footsteps, like a child running to keep up with me. I spun around again. Nothing. My heart was pounding now. I told myself it was just an echo, just my own footsteps bouncing off the buildings. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was following me. Then the whispering started. It was faint at first, so quiet I thought it might be the wind. But there was no wind that night. The air was completely still. The whispers grew louder, and the strangest thing was I could hear them clearly, but couldn't understand what they were saying. It sounded like a child's voice, but the words were all wrong, distorted somehow, like they were being played backward. I started walking faster, almost running now. The whispers followed me. I could feel sweat forming on my back despite the cold. "Stop it," I said out loud. "It's not real." See, I've had issues with anxiety before. I've experienced panic attacks where I felt like I was dying. I've had moments where I thought I heard things that weren't there. My doctor had warned me about how stress can trigger these episodes, so I told myself this was just that. My brain being a jerk, nothing more. I stopped and crouched down in the middle of the empty street. I covered my ears with my hands and squeezed my eyes shut. "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real," I kept repeating to myself. I focused on my breathing like my therapist had taught me. In for 4 counts, hold for 7, out for 8. Again and again until the whispers faded. When I finally felt calmer, I slowly uncovered my ears. Silence. I opened my eyes and stood up, and she was there, right in front of me, the girl. But not like before. This time I could see her clearly, even though there was barely any light. Her eyes were completely black, not just the pupils, but the entire eye, like empty holes in her face. Her mouth was open, with some kind of white foam or liquid dripping from it. She was wearing a black dress with a pink jacket over it, and she was still holding that ball. We made eye contact, if you can call it that when someone doesn't have actual eyes, and something inside me broke. I can't explain the feeling. It was like all the fear in the world concentrated in my chest at once. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. I dropped to the ground and curled up into a ball, hugging my knees to my chest. I shut my eyes so tight it hurt and just rocked back and forth in the middle of the road. I don't know how long I stayed like that. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. I was completely paralyzed by fear, convinced that if I opened my eyes, she would be inches from my face. I only became aware of other people when I felt hands on my shoulders and heard voices asking if I was okay. I flinched so hard I almost fell over. When I finally managed to open my eyes, I saw 2 middle-aged men standing over me, looking concerned. They lived in one of the nearby buildings and had been coming home from a late shift when they found me sitting in the middle of the road. "Are you okay, kid? Are you hurt?" one of them asked. I couldn't speak. I just pointed to where the girl had been standing, but there was nothing there. "Did someone attack you?" the other man asked, looking around. I tried to explain about the girl, but the words came out all jumbled and hysterical. They must have thought I was on drugs or having some kind of breakdown. One of them called the police while the other stayed with me, awkwardly patting my shoulder and telling me everything would be okay. I refused to move from that spot. Even when the police came, I wouldn't get up. I was terrified that if I moved, I would see her again. It took nearly half an hour for them to convince me to go with them to the station. The cops were surprisingly nice. They gave me a blanket and some water and called my parents. My mum didn't answer. She takes sleeping pills and never hears her phone at night. But my stepdad came to get me around 6 a.m. He didn't yell at me like I expected. He looked scared, actually. I must have looked terrible. The ride home was silent. I couldn't explain what had happened without sounding crazy, so I just said I got spooked by something and had a panic attack. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face. I started having nightmares so bad, I'd wake up screaming. My grades dropped. I stopped hanging out with friends. My mum finally took me to a psychiatrist when she found me sitting in the bathtub, fully clothed at 3 a.m., terrified to go back to my room. 2 months after the incident, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia and autism spectrum disorder. The doctor said what I experienced was likely a hallucination triggered by stress and lack of sleep. They put me on medication that makes me feel foggy all the time, but at least I don't see things anymore. My mom believes the diagnoses explain everything. My stepdad never mentions that night. Only my boyfriend believes me when I say what I saw was real. He researched local legends and found stories about a girl who died in our neighborhood back in the 1980s. She was hit by a car while chasing a ball into the street. Some people claim to have seen her in that area, always with the ball, usually late at night. I don't live in that apartment anymore. My mom and I moved across town after I got out of the hospital. I still can't walk alone at night. I still can't pass alleys without my heart racing. I still sleep with the lights on. The psychiatrist says writing this down might help me process it as a hallucination rather than reality, but I know what I saw. The medication helps me function, but it doesn't erase the memory of those black eyes staring into mine, of that whisper that somehow followed me through the empty streets. Sometimes I wake up at exactly 3:48 a.m., the time on my phone when I first saw her, and sometimes, just for a second, I think I hear the soft bounce of a ball in the hallway outside my bedroom door.